From the ashes of the Great War, a nation struggled to find its identity. Germany in the 1920s was a land of turmoil, haunted by economic collapse, political instability, and the lingering humiliation of defeat. Hyperinflation, unemployment, and the scars of the Treaty of Versailles created a fertile ground for discontent, fear, and the longing for renewed strength. In the streets of Berlin, Munich, and smaller towns, political rallies erupted, newspapers screamed with polemic, and ordinary citizens navigated a society on the edge of chaos. It was a time when ideas could ignite movements, and a single vision could capture the hopes and frustrations of millions. Amid this turbulence, Adolf Hitler emerged, not immediately as a figure of power, but as a compelling orator and charismatic leader within the National Socialist German Workers' Party. His speeches drew large crowds, and his promises of national revival resonated with those desperate for change. Yet the rise of the Nazi Party was not only about one man, it was the product of complex social, economic, and political currents. The manipulation of propaganda, the exploitation of fear, and the meticulous orchestration of party machinery gradually transformed a marginal movement into a force capable of seizing control of a nation. As the 1930s unfolded, Germany's transformation accelerated. The Reichstag fire, the Enabling Act, and the suppression of opposition parties solidified totalitarian control, while propaganda and censorship shaped the beliefs of millions. Youth were mobilized through the Hitler Youth. Education became an instrument of ideology, and the machinery of the state intertwined with the ambitions of the party. At the same time, the world watched cautiously as Germany remilitarized the Rhineland and pursued aggressive foreign policies that would set the stage for global conflict. The march toward war was inexorably linked to ideology, anti-Semitic laws, the Nuremberg racial laws, and a systematic campaign of dehumanization foreshadowed the horrors to come. Behind the headlines, individuals, citizens, scientists, soldiers, and bureaucrats were swept into a current that challenged conscience, morality, and survival. The unfolding narrative was both grand in scale and intimately human, encompassing ambition, fear, complicity, and courage. Each decision, each speech, each maneuver in the corridors of power contributed to a story that would engulf the continent in conflict. World War II erupted with the invasion of Poland in September 1939, and Germany's military machine demonstrated unprecedented speed and coordination. Blitzkrieg tactics, panzer divisions, and Luftwaffe dominance carried the Reich across Europe, toppling nations with terrifying efficiency. From France to the Low Countries, from the Balkans to the gates of Moscow, the trajectory of conquest seemed unstoppable. Yet, beneath the triumphs of strategy and the roar of tanks, the moral cost mounted. Behind every victory, communities were shattered, lives destroyed, and the machinery of genocide accelerated in secrecy. This documentary takes you through the entire rise and fall of Nazi Germany, not only the battles and territorial conquests, but the inner workings of ideology, propaganda, and leadership that made it possible. You will see the interplay between military might and political strategy, the decisions that altered the fate of millions, and the profound human experiences, both heroic and tragic, that defined this era. Through archival footage, expert narratives, and immersive storytelling, we will explore the full arc of a regime that rose with speed, ruled with terror, and ultimately collapsed under the weight of its own ambition. Before we begin, I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Are you tuning in at night, ready to drift into sleep with history unfolding around you, or during the quiet hours of the day? Sharing your location and time connects our global audience as we journey together into the complex, haunting, and compelling history of Nazi Germany. So settle in, dim your lights, and allow the story of power, ideology, war, and human experience to unfold. This is the entire history of Nazi Germany's rise and fall, told in full detail, designed to educate, immerse, and guide you gently into rest. In the aftermath of the First World War, Germany found itself a nation fractured, humiliated, and economically crippled. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, imposed crushing reparations that strained the country's already devastated economy. Germany was forced to cede territory, limit its military, and accept full responsibility for the war, a clause that ignited widespread resentment among its citizens. The loss of provinces such as Alsace-Lorraine, the Saar Basin, and parts of Prussia created not only strategic vulnerabilities, but also a deep sense of national humiliation. Factories lay idle, mines were abandoned, and the workforce faced unprecedented instability. Prices soared, savings evaporated, and the middle class, once the backbone of German society, found themselves impoverished almost overnight. Beyond the economic devastation, the treaty inflicted a psychological wound on the German populace, fostering anger, shame, and a longing for restored national pride. Farmers struggled with debt, workers with unemployment, and veterans with both physical and emotional scars. Cities teetered between order and unrest, while political movements of every persuasion began vying for influence. The very foundations of German society seemed to tremble under the weight of defeat, sanctions, and public despair. Amid this chaos emerged the Weimar Republic, a fledgling democracy that attempted to govern a nation unprepared for self-rule after years of authoritarian monarchy. Its leaders, elected through a parliamentary system, alien to many Germans, were often viewed with suspicion, derision, or outright hostility. Hyperinflation in the early 1920s became a daily nightmare for ordinary citizens, as the mark plummeted in value and life savings were rendered worthless within weeks. Bread that cost pennies one day became virtually unattainable the next, forcing families to barter and scrape for essentials. Political violence erupted in streets and beer halls, with extremist factions on the left and right clashing in bloody confrontations. The Republic's very legitimacy was questioned, and frequent changes in leadership only deepened public frustration. Amid this instability, nationalist sentiment began to grow, fueled by the perception that Germany had been betrayed by its own politicians and by foreign powers. Veterans and paramilitary groups, seeking to reclaim honor and opportunity, often became instruments of political unrest. Intellectuals, writers, and ordinary citizens alike debated the future of a nation seemingly teetering on the edge of chaos. Yet, within these turbulent years, seeds of hope and ambition quietly took root, setting the stage for radical transformation. Nationalist fervor spread like wildfire across a populace desperate for identity and pride. Newspapers, speeches, and rallies painted images of a once great Germany wronged and humiliated on the international stage. Military defeat was portrayed not merely as the consequence of lost battles, but as a betrayal, a narrative that found fertile ground among a populace mourning lost honor. Symbols, flags, and ceremonies became instruments to rekindle patriotism and unite fragmented communities. The call to restore national dignity resonated across social classes, from impoverished workers to the struggling bourgeoisie. Many longed for a return to perceived stability and strength, a Germany that could command respect rather than endure scorn. This longing was amplified by the visible contrast between Germany's suffering and the relative recovery of its neighbors. Economic instability, combined with a pervasive sense of humiliation, created a societal climate in which extreme ideas could flourish. Nationalist rhetoric began infiltrating schools, media, and cultural institutions, normalizing a vision of revival through unity and strength. Within this charged atmosphere, the conditions were ripe for the rise of a movement that promised both restoration and retribution. At the heart of this emerging political landscape lay the Nazi Party, still small, but gaining traction through carefully cultivated propaganda and charismatic oratory. Adolf Hitler, a figure shaped by personal ambition and ideological fervor, would come to embody the aspirations and frustrations of millions. His speeches, emphasizing unity, revenge, and racial purity, struck a chord in a society reeling from loss and uncertainty. Yet the early party also relied on grassroots activism, paramilitary intimidation, and appeals to unemployed youth to expand its influence. The narrative of national rebirth, presented as both inevitable and urgent, became a powerful instrument for mobilizing support. Social gatherings, rallies, and printed materials spread the ideology far beyond political centers, reaching villages and towns across the nation. The party framed itself as the antidote to chaos, offering order, pride, and purpose to those adrift in economic despair. Within these initial movements lay the seeds of a totalitarian vision, one that would exploit fear, hope, and anger to consolidate unprecedented power. The combination of personal charisma, political acumen, and societal vulnerability created a potent force poised to alter history. The human context of these early years cannot be overstated. Unemployment, hunger, and anxiety became daily companions for millions of Germans. Breadlines, workhouses, and crowded apartments reflected a nation struggling for basic sustenance. Families lived with the constant specter of financial ruin, illness, and social marginalization. Children grew up witnessing political violence and civic unrest as routine aspects of life. Communities were fractured by suspicion, as neighbors aligned with opposing factions or vied for scarce resources. Fear and hope intertwined, creating a volatile emotional landscape in which radical ideologies could find willing adherents. Veterans, having endured the horrors of World War I, navigated a society that seemed to have forgotten their sacrifices. Meanwhile, intellectuals and artists grappled with questions of morality, purpose, and the nation's future. In these conditions, even small promises of stability or national pride carried enormous weight. The interplay of societal despair and ideological allure set the stage for the dramatic events to come. The political movements of this period were as diverse as they were passionate, ranging from socialist and communist factions on the left to nationalist and Völkisch groups on the right. Each sought to claim the loyalty of the German people, offering explanations for suffering and visions for the future. Street violence became a tool of persuasion and intimidation, with paramilitary organizations like the Freikorps and SA enforcing agendas with brutal efficiency. Propaganda, rallies, and targeted messaging created echo chambers, in which ideas were amplified and opponents demonized. The fractured political landscape made consensus difficult, and coalition governments struggled to enact meaningful reforms. Extremist parties capitalized on these failures, presenting themselves as both solutions and symbols of decisive action. For the average citizen, navigating this turbulent environment required constant awareness, adaptability, and, often, caution. Public faith in democratic institutions waned as fear, suspicion, and opportunism dominated daily life. Yet, amid this unrest, the stage was being set for a singular movement to seize power by exploiting the very chaos around it. The period stands as a testament to how societal instability can incubate radical change. As the nation teetered on the brink, the intersection of economic despair, political chaos, and wounded national pride created a perfect storm. Germany's citizens were caught between a longing for stability and the allure of radical solutions promising swift restoration. The early years of the Weimar Republic, though intended as a democratic rebirth, revealed both the fragility and the resilience of German society. Cultural, economic, and political tensions intertwined, setting the stage for a movement that would fundamentally reshape the world. In these turbulent times, ordinary people and leaders alike faced impossible choices, and the consequences of these decisions would echo through history. This chapter establishes the foundation for understanding the rise of Nazism, a story not only of ideology and ambition, but also of human vulnerability, resilience, and desire for belonging. It invites listeners to grasp the complex interplay of history, society, and individual agency that made the coming storm possible. By examining these dynamics, we begin to trace the path from despair to dictatorship, from humiliation to catastrophic ambition. The story of Germany on the brink is both a cautionary tale and a prelude to the defining conflicts of the 20th century. Adolf Hitler was born on April 20th, 1889, in Braunau am Inn, a small Austrian town on the border of Germany. His childhood was marked by a strict father, Alois Hitler, whose authoritarian demeanor instilled both fear and discipline, and a doting mother, Clara, whose affection provided moments of solace. The young Hitler displayed artistic talent and a fascination with Germanic history and mythology, immersing himself in tales of heroic battles and national pride. Yet his early education was turbulent. He struggled academically in certain subjects while excelling in others, and he harbored early ambitions to become a painter. The death of his younger brother Edmund profoundly affected him, leaving an indelible imprint of grief and mortality. His formative years coincided with Austria-Hungary's complex political landscape, exposing him to nationalism, ethnic tensions, and a sense of German cultural superiority. These experiences planted the seeds of ideological rigidity that would later define his worldview. Hitler's youth was a mixture of personal insecurity, obsession with identity, and early encounters with hierarchical authority. This blend of ambition, resentment, and fascination with order shaped the psychological underpinnings of his later political strategies. Even at this stage, observers noted his tendency toward charisma, obsession with order, and an emerging vision of self-importance that would define his adult life. As a young man, Hitler moved to Vienna in 1907, seeking to pursue a career in art, though he was twice rejected by the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts. Life in the city exposed him to a melting pot of ideas, ideologies, and social struggles, yet he gravitated toward nationalist and anti-Semitic circles that reinforced his developing worldview. Vienna's multicultural environment and the pervasive rhetoric of racial hierarchy contributed to his obsession with German ethnic purity and the idea of Aryan supremacy. He became enthralled with the politics of pan-Germanism, absorbing pamphlets, newspapers, and public lectures that demonized Jews, socialists, and other groups he deemed threats to national strength. Living in poverty, Hitler experienced firsthand the harsh realities of urban life, witnessing homelessness, disease, and economic inequality. These experiences reinforced his disdain for weakness, disorder, and what he perceived as societal decay. Vienna's streets became a classroom for political observation, shaping his skills in public speaking and propaganda. He meticulously studied the power of rhetoric, the manipulation of fear, and the psychology of crowds. It was during this period that he began framing a worldview defined by struggle, destiny, and hierarchical supremacy. The Vienna years, though difficult, proved instrumental in crystallizing the ideological foundations of the man who would later dominate Germany. The outbreak of the First World War offered Hitler both purpose and a sense of belonging, as he enlisted voluntarily in 1914 and served on the Western Front. His experiences in the trenches exposed him to the brutality of modern warfare, the constant threat of death, and the bonds formed between soldiers facing mortal danger together. He was twice wounded, once severely, and received the Iron Cross for bravery, a distinction that bolstered his sense of honor and national identity. Yet, the war also reinforced his worldview that Germany had been betrayed by internal enemies, a perception fueled by the eventual surrender and the stab-in-the-back myth propagated by nationalist circles. The chaos of post-war Germany, marked by political upheaval and economic collapse, further radicalized Hitler, reinforcing his desire for a strong authoritarian state. The humiliation of the Treaty of Versailles and the occupation of the Rhineland became symbolic of national shame that he vowed to overturn. Hitler's war experiences honed both his sense of discipline and his capacity for strategic thinking, traits he would later exploit in political maneuvering. The camaraderie and hierarchy of military life contrasted sharply with the instability he perceived in civilian politics. These years solidified his personal narrative of sacrifice, loyalty, and victimhood intertwined with nationalist ideology. For Hitler, the war became both a personal crucible and a lens through which he interpreted all subsequent events in Germany. Following the war, Hitler became politically active in Munich, joining the fledgling German Workers' Party, which would later transform into the National Socialist German Workers' Party (NSDAP). He quickly demonstrated an uncanny ability to captivate audiences, utilizing emotion-laden rhetoric, theatrical gestures, and carefully constructed narratives to draw crowds. Early speeches emphasized the betrayal of Germany by Jews, Marxists, and politicians, while glorifying military valor, national unity, and the mythic destiny of the German people. These oratory skills, combined with his disciplined approach to party organization, made him an emerging figure of influence. It was during these early political engagements that Hitler began to articulate the core tenets of Nazism: racial hierarchy, anti-Semitism, expansionism, and authoritarian leadership. The concept of Lebensraum, or living space, emerged as a central ideological pillar, envisioning the conquest of Eastern Europe to secure territory for the German people. Hitler's propaganda techniques, posters, rallies, and controlled press coverage allowed him to shape public perception and manipulate sentiment. The use of fear, hope, and nationalism as tools of persuasion became increasingly refined, marking him as a master of psychological influence. His ability to convert personal grievances and societal discontent into a unifying ideology laid the foundation for mass mobilization. By the mid-1920s, Hitler's presence was no longer peripheral. He had begun to embody a movement capable of transforming German politics and society. In 1923, Hitler's failed beer hall putsch illustrated both his audacity and the limits of early Nazi power. The attempted coup in Munich sought to seize control of the Bavarian government and ignite a national revolution, but it ended in violent confrontation and arrest. Despite its failure, the putsch elevated Hitler's profile, drawing national attention to his ideology and ambitions. During his subsequent imprisonment in Landsberg prison, he wrote Mein Kampf, a manifesto that combined autobiography, political theory, and strategic vision. The book laid out his worldview, the centrality of race, the necessity of Lebensraum, the dangers posed by Jews and Bolsheviks, and the framework for an authoritarian state. It also outlined his belief in the power of propaganda, mass rallies, and disciplined party organization as instruments of control. Hitler's writing period allowed him to refine his ideas, transforming personal grievances into a structured doctrine capable of guiding a movement. The lessons of the Potch, both in failure and reflection, shaped his approach to power acquisition, emphasizing legality, mass persuasion, and strategic patience. By the end of the 1920s, Hitler had emerged as both a political ideologue and a figure of charisma whose influence could not be ignored. His experiences, both formative and traumatic, coalesced into a coherent vision for the future of Germany, one that would soon plunge the world into conflict. Hitler's ideological framework centered on authoritarianism, racial purity, and a vision of national revival. He argued that a strong leader, unchallenged by parliamentary democracy, was essential to restore Germany's glory. Anti-Semitism became a central pillar, portraying Jews as both the cause of Germany's misfortunes and a threat to racial and cultural purity. This rhetoric was carefully interwoven with appeals to nationalism, pride, and historical destiny. The concept of struggle, or Kampf, underpinned his philosophy, framing life and politics as arenas in which strength and cunning determined survival. He also emphasized the importance of indoctrination, youth mobilization, and the use of education to shape societal values. Hitler's ideology was both practical and symbolic, linking personal narratives of betrayal and triumph with grand historical destiny. Every element, from propaganda to paramilitary organization, was designed to consolidate power and manipulate collective psychology. The vision he articulated was simple yet compelling: a Germany cleansed of weakness, united under a singular leader, and destined to dominate. This ideological clarity allowed the Nazis to present themselves as both a solution and an embodiment of national revival. By the early 1930s, Hitler had transformed from a marginal extremist into the primary architect of Germany's political future. His combination of personal charisma, strategic planning, and exploitation of economic and social discontent proved irresistible to a population desperate for stability and pride. Speeches, rallies, and propaganda campaigns reached millions, turning abstract ideology into a tangible movement. The groundwork laid during his early life, Vienna years, and post-war experiences now manifested in a disciplined, highly organized political force. The Nazi Party became a vehicle through which personal ambition, societal resentment, and historical narrative converged. Hitler's rise illustrated how ideology, personal psychology, and social conditions could intersect to shape history on an unprecedented scale. His narrative of struggle, destiny, and national renewal captivated audiences and silenced opposition. By examining these formative years, we gain insight not only into the man, but into the mechanisms through which extremism can transform society. The story of Hitler's early life and ideology serves as both a cautionary tale and a key to understanding the dramatic events that would soon engulf Germany and the world. It is a window into the psychological, cultural, and historical forces that set the stage for catastrophe. The origins of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or NSDAP, trace back to the chaotic streets of post-war Munich, where economic collapse and social unrest created fertile ground for extremist movements. Initially a small fringe group called the German Workers' Party, it attracted a mix of disgruntled veterans, radical nationalists, and anti-communist agitators. Adolf Hitler joined in 1919, quickly identifying both the vulnerabilities of the organization and the potential for mass influence. His early oratory, sharpened by experience in Vienna and the trenches of World War I, captivated audiences and drew larger crowds. The The party's foundational principles centered on extreme nationalism, anti-Semitism, and anti-Marxist rhetoric, blending ideology with promises of restoration and social order. Hitler's persuasive abilities, combined with organizational discipline, transformed the party from a minor association into a coordinated political force. Meetings were initially held in small halls, yet they became theatrical stages for propaganda, complete with dramatic gestures, emotional appeals, and pointed denunciations of perceived enemies. The NSDAP began to structure itself with committees, local cells and membership drives, laying the foundation for future expansion. Early pamphlets, flyers, and newspaper contributions disseminated the party's ideology, appealing to veterans, workers, and the unemployed alike. By the early 1920s, the NSDAP was no longer a peripheral faction. It was an emergent movement, capable of mobilizing public sentiment on a national scale. In 1921, Hitler assumed formal leadership of the NSDAP, asserting personal control over policy, propaganda, and recruitment. This centralization of authority allowed him to impose discipline, eliminate internal dissent, and cultivate a narrative of absolute loyalty to the Führer. The paramilitary arm, the Sturmabteilung, or SAE, was created to provide protection at rallies, intimidate political opponents, and demonstrate the party's physical strength. These early brown-shirted units became symbols of both fear and organization, merging political activism with militaristic spectacle. The SA's presence at rallies and public demonstrations reinforced the party's image as a disciplined, formidable force capable of imposing order amidst post-war chaos. The NSDAP also began experimenting with mass propaganda, carefully designing slogans, posters, and pamphlets to convey simplified, emotionally resonant messages. Speeches were supplemented by dramatic gestures, music, and orchestrated applause, creating a ritualistic experience that bound supporters to ideology and movement alike. Recruitment targeted disillusioned segments of society, war veterans struggling with reintegration, urban unemployed seeking purpose, and small business owners fearful of communism. These early strategies laid the foundation for a movement that combined grassroots mobilization with centralized authoritarian control. The interplay of fear, hope, and spectacle became a defining feature of Nazi political strategy. By 1923, Hitler's ambition led to the infamous Beer Hall Putsch, an audacious attempt to seize control of the Bavarian government and trigger a national revolution. The putsch began in a crowded Munich beer hall, where Hitler and key party leaders sought to coerce local officials into support. Marching through the streets with armed SA members, the coup quickly faced resistance from police and army units. The confrontation ended violently, resulting in multiple deaths and the arrest of Hitler and several prominent Nazis. While a failure in immediate objectives, the event had lasting symbolic significance, creating martyrs and elevating Hitler's profile across Germany. The trial provided him a platform to publicize his ideology, present himself as a patriot, and frame the putsch as a heroic, albeit misunderstood, endeavor. Sentenced to prison, Hitler utilized his confinement strategically, reflecting on the limitations of violent overthrow and formulating a new approach to gaining power legally. It was during this period that he wrote portions of Mein Kampf, codifying the party's ideological and strategic roadmap. The putsch and subsequent imprisonment underscored the importance of propaganda, public perception, and disciplined organization for achieving political goals. This turning point shifted the NSDAP's focus from immediate insurrection to long-term political conquest. During his imprisonment at Landsberg, Hitler meticulously studied political theory, mass movements, and historical revolutions, shaping his philosophy of strategy and leadership. He recognized the necessity of legality and public legitimacy, emphasizing elections, propaganda, and party discipline over chaotic uprisings. The concept of the Führerprinzip, or leader principle, emerged as a core tenet, advocating absolute authority vested in a single, decisive leader. This principle became the ideological backbone of the NSDAP, ensuring centralized control over political, military, and social activities within the movement. Meanwhile, the SA continued to operate outside prison walls, maintaining visibility and intimidation tactics to protect party interests. The NSDAP refined its methods, blending theatrical rallies, paramilitary presence, and grassroots recruitment to expand influence. Hitler's strategic recalibration highlighted the interdependence of public perception, ideology, and organizational structure. The party's messaging increasingly exploited economic anxiety, nationalist sentiment, and fear of communism, resonating deeply with a fractured society. By the late 1920s, the NSDAP had evolved into a disciplined political machine, ready to capitalize on economic crises and social unrest. Hitler's imprisonment paradoxically strengthened his authority, transforming him from a radical agitator into a strategic visionary capable of directing mass mobilization. Grassroots recruitment became a cornerstone of Nazi strategy, targeting a populace disillusioned with economic depression, inflation, and political instability. Party cells spread into urban and rural regions, reaching workers, students, and veterans who sought purpose and identity. The SA played a dual role, providing both protection and a sense of belonging for members who might otherwise feel marginalized. Recruitment rallies emphasized community, discipline, and a shared mission, turning ideological commitment into social cohesion. Propaganda leveraged newspapers, pamphlets, and public speeches, carefully tailoring messages to evoke emotion and moral urgency. Educational programs, youth organizations, and cultural events reinforced ideological indoctrination, cultivating loyalty from an early age. Local leaders were empowered to mobilize supporters, creating decentralized networks that fed into the party's centralized hierarchy. The combination of fear, spectacle, and personal connection created a compelling incentive for participation. This grassroots momentum allowed the NSDAP to survive early setbacks and build credibility in the eyes of ordinary Germans. By appealing simultaneously to economic frustration, national pride, and personal ambition, the party created a potent engine of political influence. Early propaganda campaigns were instrumental in translating ideology into popular support, blending visual, auditory, and performative elements to reinforce Nazi messaging. Posters depicted idealized Aryan imagery alongside exaggerated portrayals of political and racial enemies. Speeches employed repetition, emotional storytelling, and theatrical pauses to create resonance with audiences. Radio broadcasts, a relatively new technology, amplified Hitler's voice and allowed his messages to reach audiences far beyond party rallies. Written publications, from newspapers to pamphlets, simplified complex political arguments into slogans and moral narratives accessible to a broad public. The SA's presence at events ensured that propaganda was backed by visible force, projecting an image of order and dominance. Cultural productions, including songs, parades, and youth programs, reinforced Nazi identity and loyalty. Propaganda emphasized hope, revival, and national destiny, presenting the NSDAP as both a solution and a movement of renewal. This careful orchestration of messaging and spectacle created an atmosphere of inevitability, framing Hitler and the party as Germany's rightful saviors. the early mastery of propaganda laid the groundwork for future mass mobilization and electoral success. By the end of the 1920s, the NSDAP had transitioned from a small radical faction to a structured, highly organized political force poised for national impact. The combination of charismatic leadership, paramilitary presence, grassroots recruitment, and sophisticated propaganda created a movement that appealed to a wide spectrum of German society. Lessons from the beer hall putsch, combined with the strategies developed during Hitler's imprisonment, emphasized the importance of legality, perception, and disciplined growth. The party's emphasis on unity, loyalty, and ideological clarity distinguished it from other political groups, while its paramilitary elements provided both protection and intimidation. Recruitment strategies successfully tapped into societal discontent, providing individuals with purpose, identity, and hope for national revival. Propaganda campaigns made abstract ideology tangible, framing everyday struggles within the broader narrative of German destiny. The NSDAP's early successes illustrated how personal ambition, historical circumstance, and strategic planning could converge to transform a marginal movement into a powerful political force. By combining grassroots organization with centralized authority, the Nazis laid the groundwork for the dramatic rise that would soon dominate Germany. The birth of the Nazi Party was not merely a political phenomenon. It was the careful construction of a mass movement capable of mobilizing fear, hope, and obedience. Through these formative years, the party emerged as a machine designed to capture hearts, minds, and eventually the levers of state power. From the earliest days of the Nazi Party, propaganda emerged as a central instrument of power, transforming ideology into a visceral experience for the German populace. Mass rallies, designed with meticulous attention to spectacle, became theatrical stages where emotion, symbolism, and rhetoric converged. Citizens were enveloped by flags, banners, and synchronized movements, creating a sense of unity and inevitability. Every speech was carefully crafted to invoke fear of enemies, pride in national identity, and hope for Germany's revival. The use of posters, pamphlets, and newspapers allowed messages to infiltrate homes and public spaces, reaching those unable to attend rallies. Propaganda was not mere communication, it was psychological engineering, designed to manipulate perceptions and align public sentiment with party objectives. Through repetition and emotional appeal, complex political ideas were distilled into memorable slogans, reinforcing loyalty and conformity. Media control ensured alternative voices were suppressed, framing the Nazi Party as the sole legitimate defender of the nation. Visual imagery, often idealized or exaggerated, depicted a restored Germany juxtaposed against symbolic depictions of internal and external threats. This calculated orchestration laid the foundation for mass mobilization, intertwining belief, identity, and obedience in ways previously unseen in modern politics. Joseph Goebbels, appointed head of the Ministry of Propaganda in 1933, became the architect of the Nazi communication machine, overseeing every form of media, from newspapers to radio broadcasts. His understanding of mass psychology allowed him to craft messages that resonated deeply with citizens facing economic hardship and social instability. Goebbels recognized the power of repetition, emotionally charged imagery, and carefully timed announcements to cultivate urgency and alignment with party goals. Film and newsreels were used strategically, showcasing triumphs, reinforcing ideological narratives, and demonizing perceived enemies. Speeches were not only political tools, but carefully staged performances, emphasizing Hitler's charisma, decisiveness, and almost mythic leadership. Radio, a relatively new technology, became a direct channel into homes, broadcasting Hitler's oratory while reinforcing the illusion of intimacy and accessibility. Goebbels ensured that propaganda permeated every level of society, from schools to workplaces, creating an immersive ideological environment. Public ceremonies, parades and ritualized gatherings reinforced collective identity and solidarity, making participation a demonstration of patriotism. By controlling both content and context, Goebbels transformed communication into a force capable of shaping thought, emotion, and behavior en masse. The ministry's methods emphasized that perception, narrative, and psychological manipulation could wield power as effectively as armies on the battlefield. Rallies served as the centerpiece of mass mobilization, carefully choreographed to convey unity, strength, and inevitability. Participants were arranged in precise formations, creating geometric patterns that were both visually striking and psychologically intimidating. Massive banners, swastikas, and illuminated stages created an environment of awe, elevating the party above ordinary life. Hitler's speeches were timed and delivered with deliberate pauses, dramatic gestures, and rhetorical flourishes designed to generate emotional intensity. These events were widely reported, photographed, and filmed, extending their reach beyond attendees to national audiences. The physical presence of the SA and later SS lent an aura of discipline and authority, signaling both protection and the threat of enforcement. Rallies reinforced loyalty through repetition, communal experience, and the projection of a restored national destiny. Youth and cultural organizations participated actively, embedding ideology into music, theater, and pageantry. These gatherings were not merely symbolic, they functioned as instruments of political socialization, integrating citizens into the party's worldview. Through spectacle, repetition, and emotional manipulation, rallies transformed passive observation into active engagement with Nazi ideology. Posters and visual propaganda were ubiquitous, meticulously designed to simplify complex political narratives into striking images and slogans. Aryan ideals were glorified through depictions of strength, purity, and vitality, while Jews, communists, and other perceived enemies were caricatured as grotesque threats to national survival. Typography, color, and composition were strategically chosen to evoke urgency, loyalty, or fear. Educational materials, youth publications, and public bulletins reinforced these visual messages daily, ensuring constant exposure. Propaganda also targeted economic anxieties, depicting the party as the only solution to unemployment, inflation, and social decay. Seasonal campaigns, holidays, and anniversaries were used as opportunities for heightened messaging, embedding ideology into the rhythm of everyday life. Symbolism extended beyond imagery to objects like uniforms, badges, and flags, creating tangible markers of identity and allegiance. The repetition of consistent motifs strengthened the association between the party, nationalism, and personal belonging. Even subtle messages embedded in cultural productions or popular media reinforced the ideological environment. By saturating the visual landscape, propaganda conditioned citizens to accept Nazi narratives as reality. Speeches functioned as the linchpin of mass mobilization, translating abstract ideology into compelling narrative and emotional experience. Hitler's oratory was studied for rhythm, intonation, and theatricality, maximizing its psychological impact. Themes of betrayal, humiliation, and national revival were woven into stories of struggle and destiny, resonating with citizens who felt disenfranchised. Orators employed repetition, rhetorical questions, and dramatic contrast to guide emotional responses, eliciting anger, hope, or pride on demand. These speeches were amplified via radio, print, and live attendance, creating a feedback loop of expectation and reinforcement. The personal image of Hitler as Germany's savior was carefully constructed through visual consistency, media coverage, and orchestrated public appearances. Listeners were encouraged to perceive themselves as participants in a collective mission, invested emotionally and morally in the party's goals. Speeches also established external enemies, creating clear moral binaries and directing attention away from internal failings. This combination of narrative, performance, and repetition created a sense of inevitability and destiny surrounding the Nazi Party. Speech became not only a tool of persuasion, but an instrument of psychological control. Mass mobilization relied on more than images and speeches. It demanded psychological engineering of group identity, conformity, and obedience. Rituals, uniforms, and ceremonial gestures created shared symbols that reinforced inclusion in the national mission. Public participation in events was both demonstration and reinforcement of ideological alignment, where individual behavior reflected collective loyalty. Educational initiatives ensured that children absorbed party ideals early, internalizing notions of racial hierarchy, obedience, and national destiny. Music, theater, and cultural festivals acted as reinforcement mechanisms, integrating ideology into daily experience and community life. The SA and SS operated as visible embodiments of discipline, authority, and enforcement, linking psychological compliance with tangible consequences. Mass media, coordinated events, and local leadership created a sense of omnipresent ideology, leaving little room for dissent or neutrality. By merging spectacle, social pressure, and emotional resonance, the party transformed belief into action. Every element of public life, from street signage to school curricula, was leveraged to normalize ideology and cultivate allegiance. This environment created not just support but emotional investment in the party's mission. By the mid-1930s, the combined effect of propaganda and mass mobilization had transformed Germany, embedding loyalty, fear, and ideological conformity into the fabric of society. Hitler's carefully crafted image as the nation's savior was widely internalized, and dissenting voices were marginalized or silenced. Media, rallies, symbols, and education functioned as interlocking mechanisms of social and psychological control. Propaganda not only shaped perception, but defined reality for millions, aligning public emotion with political objectives. The meticulous orchestration of spectacle, narrative, and personal identity created a movement that seemed inevitable and historically destined. Joseph Goebbels' strategies demonstrated that media manipulation, psychological insight, and ritualized participation could achieve mass influence unparalleled in prior history. This fusion of charisma, ideology, and systematic communication positioned the NSDAP to dominate elections, consolidate power, and prepare the German population for the dramatic transformations to come. Propaganda became the invisible hand guiding society, turning hope, fear, and pride into instruments of state control. The rise of mass mobilization illustrated how perception, emotion, and spectacle could be harnessed to achieve political dominance. Ultimately, Chapter 4 shows that the Nazi Party's ascent was as much a story of psychological and cultural conquest as it was of political maneuvering. As Germany staggered under the weight of the Great Depression, political instability created fertile ground for extremist movements, and the Nazi Party seized the moment with unprecedented cunning. Unemployment soared, banks collapsed, and millions faced hunger, fear, and desperation, setting the stage for radical solutions. The Weimar government, struggling to maintain legitimacy, appeared paralyzed, further eroding public confidence. Hitler and his advisors framed the Nazis as the solution to national humiliation, promising economic revival, employment, and the restoration of pride. Their messaging skillfully targeted both urban and rural voters, blending nationalist rhetoric with tangible promises of bread, jobs, and security. Street campaigns, rallies, and propaganda reinforced the image of an organized, disciplined movement poised to rescue Germany from chaos. Meanwhile, political elites underestimated the threat, assuming that Hitler could be controlled or sidelined once the party gained influence. Behind the scenes, industrialists, conservatives, and military leaders debated alliances, weighing the Nazis' mass appeal against their radicalism. The fragility of democratic institutions allowed skillful political maneuvering to transform electoral gains into real power. By 1930, the Nazis had emerged from fringe extremism into the center of national attention, a force that could not be ignored. The 1930 Reichstag elections were a watershed moment, with the Nazi Party achieving a dramatic surge in seats, capitalizing on both economic despair and disillusionment with traditional parties. Propaganda intensified, emphasizing Hitler's image as a decisive, charismatic savior of Germany, capable of restoring order and national pride. Campaigns targeted regions most affected by unemployment, appealing to both working-class voters and the middle classes fearful of social upheaval. Hitler's speeches, delivered with growing confidence and theatrical intensity, portrayed the Weimar government as ineffectual, corrupt, and responsible for Germany's suffering. Local party networks mobilized supporters for door-to-door outreach, rallies, and public demonstrations, creating visibility and legitimacy. The Nazi narrative blended anti-communism with promises of social stability, exploiting fears of a left-wing revolution while presenting themselves as protectors of tradition. Simultaneously, economic elites, including industrialists and financiers, began considering the Nazis as a vehicle for stability and anti-labor policies. The election results shocked the political establishment, demonstrating that mass mobilization and psychological manipulation could translate into tangible legislative power. Even as the party's extremist ideology alarmed many, its growing parliamentary presence demanded negotiation. By the end of 1930, Germany's political landscape had irrevocably shifted, with the Nazis firmly on the path to dominance. Hitler's road to power was not solely a story of popular support. It involved intricate backroom negotiations with conservative politicians, industrialists, and former aristocrats seeking to control him. Many believed that installing Hitler as chancellor within a controlled coalition could stabilize the country while containing radical impulses. President Paul von Hindenburg, though wary of Hitler, was persuaded by advisors and elites that the Nazi surge made accommodation preferable to confrontation. Behind closed doors, meetings with key party figures, advisors, and conservative politicians shaped the eventual strategy to bring Hitler into government without fully surrendering authority. Coalition building required careful calculations, balancing Nazi demands for cabinet positions against the ambitions of traditional elites. The strategy relied on presenting Hitler as a legitimate mainstream figure while maintaining the illusion of institutional control. Elite misjudgment of Hitler's ambitions and political acumen proved crucial, as they underestimated his ability to consolidate power once within government structures. Public messaging presented the appointment as a compromise for national stability, masking the revolutionary potential beneath. At the same time, the Nazi Party continued its relentless street-level organization, ensuring pressure from both formal and informal channels. By January 1933, the convergence of electoral strength, elite facilitation, and popular perception set the stage for Hitler's chancellorship. Economic turmoil, particularly the catastrophic effects of the 1929 Wall Street crash, magnified the appeal of the Nazi Party, linking national revival to the promise of employment and recovery. Millions of Germans were unemployed, factories stood idle, and social services collapsed, creating fertile ground for radical solutions. Hitler's speeches framed these hardships as evidence of Weimar failure and external conspiracies, particularly blaming communists, socialists, and Jews for Germany's suffering. The Nazis offered a vision that was at once pragmatic: jobs for citizens, infrastructure programs, and symbolic: a renewed proud Germany rising from humiliation. Their messaging resonated with both industrial workers and the petty bourgeoisie, who feared social upheaval and economic collapse. Propaganda emphasized both urgency and inevitability, convincing voters that participation in the Nazi movement was both a personal and patriotic duty. Political elites, meanwhile, saw the party's mass mobilization as a tool to maintain social order, mistakenly assuming that ideological fervor could be contained. Regional campaigns adapted messaging to local concerns, highlighting employment, agriculture, and infrastructure projects tailored to specific constituencies. Through consistent messaging and emotional appeal, the Nazis transformed economic despair into a potent electoral asset. By exploiting the Depression, Hitler created a sense of inevitability, positioning himself as the indispensable solution to Germany's crises. Coalition politics played a decisive role in Hitler's ascension, illustrating the complex interplay between parliamentary procedure, elite maneuvering, and public pressure. Conservative parties, fearing a leftist revolution, sought to harness the Nazi surge, offering cabinet posts while hoping to limit influence. Negotiations focused on key ministries such as Interior, Finance, and Defense, ensuring that traditional elites retained oversight of critical levers of power. Hitler, however, skillfully leveraged his popularity and street-level mobilization to extract concessions beyond what elites anticipated. Backroom deals were punctuated by public demonstrations of Nazi strength, reminding negotiators of the party's mass appeal and capacity for disruption. The balance of power within the coalition remained delicate, with both sides wary of overreach, but compelled by political expediency. These intricate political calculations set the framework for the eventual appointment of Hitler as Chancellor on January 30, 1933. Once in office, the seeming compromises rapidly shifted, as Hitler utilized institutional control and emergency powers to neutralize opposition. Coalition dynamics reveal the extent to which political miscalculation facilitated the rise of authoritarian power. This period underscores that electoral success alone did not secure dominance. Strategic navigation of elite politics was equally decisive. Public perception of Hitler contrasted sharply with elite calculations, illustrating the dual narrative that propelled his rise. Citizens saw him as a decisive figure, capable of rescuing Germany from economic despair and national humiliation. Mass rallies, speeches, and propaganda reinforced this image, portraying Hitler as both relatable and transcendent, a man of action who embodied national destiny. While elites focused on controlling the party from within, the populace increasingly internalized the narrative of inevitability, loyalty, and redemption. Social media of the era, newspapers, radio, film, amplified the sense that the Nazis were the natural leaders of the nation. Economic recovery programs, promises of employment, and symbolic gestures strengthened trust and attachment to the party. Citizens' enthusiasm provided leverage that Hitler exploited during coalition negotiations, transforming popular pressure into political advantage. This dual strategy, Elite manipulation combined with mass mobilization created a unique convergence of opportunity that few could have predicted. Popular sentiment functioned both as support and as a tool of negotiation, aligning the trajectory of political events with the will of the masses. Understanding this interplay is essential to grasping how the Nazis transitioned from electoral force to governing power. By the time Hitler was appointed Chancellor, the Nazi Party had mastered the art of converting popular mobilization, economic crisis, and elite misjudgment into tangible political power. Electoral gains demonstrated public appeal, backroom negotiations ensured institutional entry, and propaganda framed the entire process as both legitimate and historic. The Weimar Republic's structural weaknesses, combined with deep economic distress, created conditions in which extremist solutions appeared plausible to ordinary citizens and political elites alike. Hitler's strategic patience, combined with relentless psychological manipulation and messaging, allowed him to navigate obstacles that might have derailed less disciplined leaders. The convergence of street-level organization, electoral momentum, and elite facilitation underscores the multidimensional nature of political ascendancy. Once installed as Chancellor, Hitler immediately set about consolidating power, exploiting both legal mechanisms and emergency powers to transform authority into totalitarian control. Chapter 5 illustrates that the Nazi rise was not sudden or accidental. It was the culmination of careful planning, opportunism, and exploitation of historical crises. It serves as a study in how economic despair, social anxiety, and political miscalculation can converge to enable authoritarianism. The road to power demonstrates that the ascent of tyranny is both a human and systemic story, involving perception, strategy, and circumstance. Ultimately, it sets the stage for the sweeping transformations and devastating consequences that would follow. The consolidation of Nazi power was a carefully orchestrated process, beginning with the Reichstag fire on February 27, 1933, a pivotal moment that shook the foundations of the Weimar Republic. The fire, which consumed Germany's parliamentary building, was immediately exploited by Hitler and his allies to instill fear of a communist uprising. Propaganda framed the event as a threat to national security, justifying urgent measures to protect the state. The Reichstag fire decree suspended civil liberties, allowing the regime to arrest political opponents, restrict press freedom, and suppress gatherings without judicial oversight. Thousands of communists, socialists, and other dissenters were detained, creating a climate of terror that silenced opposition voices. This event demonstrated the Nazis' ability to convert crisis into opportunity, using fear to accelerate political dominance. Street-level propaganda reinforced the narrative that the nation was under existential threat, creating public acquiescence to extraordinary measures. The fire's timing coincided with upcoming elections, magnifying its political impact. In the aftermath, the Nazi Party presented itself as the savior of Germany, restoring order amidst chaos. This manipulation of a single event illustrates the regime's strategic genius in consolidating power through legal and extra-legal means. Following the Reichstag fire, the Enabling Act of March 23, 1933, marked the legal cornerstone of Hitler's dictatorship. This legislation granted the Chancellor the authority to enact laws without parliamentary consent, effectively sidelining democratic institutions. Debates in the Reichstag were intense, with political opponents pressured, intimidated, or forcibly excluded. The passage of the act relied on both legal maneuvering and the pervasive presence of SA and SS troops, projecting a climate of coercion. The act fundamentally transformed the legislative landscape, allowing the Nazi regime to rewrite the constitution to suit its objectives. Hitler framed the measure as necessary for national recovery and stability, appealing to fear of communism and economic collapse. Legal scholars and jurists were complicit, rationalizing extraordinary powers as temporary safeguards for the nation. Public perception, shaped by propaganda and orchestrated displays of authority, largely accepted the act as inevitable. The Enabling Act thus codified totalitarian control, blurring the line between legality and tyranny. It signaled the death of parliamentary democracy in Germany and the rise of absolute executive power under Hitler. The Night of the Long Knives in June 1934 further solidified Hitler's unchallenged authority, as the regime purged internal rivals and potential threats within the Nazi Party itself. The SA, once the backbone of street-level enforcement, had grown powerful and unpredictable, challenging Hitler's control. Fearing rebellion and instability, Hitler ordered the systematic elimination of SA leadership, including Ernst Röhm, alongside other political adversaries. Executions were carried out with precision, blending secrecy with intimidation, leaving the message that dissent within the party would not be tolerated. Military leaders, conservatives, and elite supporters were reassured as Hitler removed destabilizing elements while consolidating loyalty among the SS and army. Public announcements framed the purge as a necessary action to protect the nation and restore order, masking brutality behind legality. The event demonstrated Hitler's strategic ruthlessness, using targeted violence to reinforce hierarchy and obedience. It also marked the ascendancy of the SS under Heinrich Himmler, a paramilitary force loyal solely to Hitler. By eliminating internal competition, the regime ensured ideological conformity and centralized power. The Night of the Long Knives exemplified the lethal combination of political calculation and ruthless efficiency that defined Nazi consolidation. Simultaneously, the Gestapo and concentration camps were established to suppress political opposition and terrorize society into compliance. The Gestapo, led by Heinrich Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich, functioned as a secret police force, operating with sweeping authority and little oversight. Its agents monitored citizens, interrogated suspects, and eliminated perceived threats, cultivating an atmosphere of fear that permeated daily life. Concentration camps, initially designed for political prisoners, became instruments of systemic intimidation, sending clear signals to dissenters that resistance carried fatal consequences. Camps were strategically located across the Reich to allow rapid detention, and conditions were deliberately harsh to break morale. Both institutions worked in tandem with propaganda, ensuring that terror and ideological indoctrination reinforced each other. Citizens were aware that even minor criticisms could result in arrest or worse, stifling opposition before it could organize. The Gestapo's efficiency lay in its ability to operate covertly, relying on informants and surveillance to preempt resistance. By 1934, the combination of legal authority, paramilitary purges, and systemic surveillance ensured that Hitler faced virtually no political obstacles. The establishment of these mechanisms institutionalized repression, embedding fear into the fabric of German society. The consolidation of power extended beyond eliminating immediate threats, encompassing the transformation of German institutions to reflect Nazi ideology. Civil service, judiciary, education, and media were all purged of opposition and reshaped to serve the state's objectives. Judges were required to enforce laws in line with party directives, ensuring that legal mechanisms supported authoritarian rule. School curricula and youth organizations indoctrinated children, cultivating loyalty and obedience from a young age. Newspapers, radio, and cinema propagated Nazi narratives, reinforcing conformity and the cult of personality surrounding Hitler. Local governments were restructured, aligning regional authorities with central directives to eliminate autonomous decision-making. Labor unions were dissolved and replaced with the German Labor Front, integrating workers into the regime's control structure. This systematic Nazification created a self-reinforcing apparatus of compliance, where deviation was both socially and legally perilous. The reach of the regime extended into every aspect of public and private life, demonstrating that consolidation was as much cultural as it was political. By synchronizing institutions, Hitler transformed Germany into a totalitarian state with unchallenged command. Opposition, both real and perceived, was neutralized through a combination of intimidation, propaganda, and extrajudicial action. Communists, socialists, trade unionists, and other critics were imprisoned, exiled, or executed, while former allies were co-opted into the new system. Surveillance networks, denunciations, and public displays of punishment reinforced a culture of compliance and fear. Even moderate or cautious observers learned quickly that neutrality was insufficient. Participation or allegiance to the regime was essential for survival. Public ceremonies, military parades, and orchestrated rallies showcased unity and strength, signaling to the populace that resistance was futile. Propaganda presented opposition as traitorous, linking dissent to foreign influence and national betrayal. The combination of fear, spectacle, and ideological messaging ensured that Nazi dominance was both visible and internalized. Ordinary citizens adjusted behaviors to avoid scrutiny, creating a society where self-censorship became the norm. These measures secured the regime's longevity by embedding authority into social structures and psychological norms. The elimination of opposition thus combined legal, extra-legal, and cultural methods in a comprehensive strategy of control. By mid-1934, Hitler had achieved an unprecedented consolidation of power, unifying party, state, and society under his absolute authority. The Reichstag Fire and Enabling Act provided legal foundations. The Night of the Long Knives eliminated internal threats. The Gestapo and concentration camps ensured systemic repression. Institutions were synchronized to enforce ideology, while propaganda, rallies, and ceremonies cultivated a climate of loyalty and obedience. Opposition had been neutralized, dissent criminalized, and loyalty rewarded, creating a society bound by fear, conformity, and ideological commitment. Hitler's control was not merely political, it penetrated every aspect of public life, establishing the machinery for both domestic control and expansionist ambitions. By merging terror, legality, and cultural indoctrination, the Nazi state became a model of totalitarian efficiency. The lessons of consolidation reveal the careful interplay of force, persuasion, and administrative mastery in building authoritarian regimes. This chapter underscores that Hitler's power was not granted but systematically seized and institutionalized. As Germany transitioned into a dictatorship, the stage was set for the sweeping social, military, and moral upheavals that would define the coming decade. The consolidation of power ensured that the Nazi Party could operate without meaningful opposition, shaping the course of history with unparalleled control. Nazi ideology was not merely theoretical. It was systematically embedded into every facet of German society, through laws, policies, and relentless propaganda. Central to this was the Nuremberg Laws of 1935, which codified racial discrimination against Jews, stripping them of citizenship, and forbidding marriages or sexual relations with non-Jewish Germans. These laws were not just legal instruments but social tools, designed to separate and dehumanize, making discrimination appear normal and acceptable. Public ceremonies, media campaigns, and textbooks reinforced these principles, ensuring that citizens internalized the state's racial hierarchy. Anti-Semitism became a state-sanctioned ideology, meticulously propagated through newspapers, posters, and radio broadcasts. The laws also paved the way for further persecution, establishing a legal framework that would eventually enable mass deportation and genocide. Beyond Jews, other groups, including Romani people, disabled individuals, and political opponents, were categorized according to their perceived racial or ideological inferiority. This early codification of prejudice normalized exclusion, embedding systemic discrimination into everyday life. Nazi ideology thus blurred the line between law and propaganda, making bigotry an official duty rather than a private opinion. It created a foundation on which the regime could manipulate morality, law, and social norms to serve its objectives. The regime's emphasis on racial hierarchy extended beyond legislation, permeating education, youth organizations, and cultural life. Children were indoctrinated through the Hitler Youth and the League of German Girls, where physical training, loyalty pledges, and ideological lessons reinforced Aryan supremacy. Textbooks were rewritten to emphasize racial purity, historical destiny, and the dangers of racial contamination, ensuring that children grew up internalizing the state's worldview. Teachers were monitored and replaced if insufficiently committed to Nazi doctrine, guaranteeing uniform ideological messaging. School curricula combined science, history, and physical education to cultivate obedience, strength, and racial consciousness. Museums, exhibitions, and public monuments presented Aryan achievement as proof of natural superiority, while portraying Jews and other undesirables as dangerous, parasitic, or subhuman. This ideological environment created a generation conditioned to accept exclusion, persecution, and militaristic values. Peer pressure, community surveillance, and youth competitions reinforced conformity and devotion to the regime. Propaganda was carefully designed to appear aspirational, linking loyalty with honor, adventure, and national pride. By targeting the young, the Nazis ensured the long-term entrenchment of ideology into German identity. Gender roles and family policies were integral to social engineering, reflecting Nazi priorities of population control, reproduction, and ideological conformity. Women were idealized as mothers, homemakers, and bearers of Aryan children, while men were cast as warriors, breadwinners, and loyal party members. The regime incentivized childbirth among racially pure families through loans, awards, and recognition, while limiting opportunities for women in professional or political spheres. Propaganda glorified motherhood and domesticity, portraying women who followed these roles as vital to the nation's survival. The state actively discouraged women from working outside the home, emphasizing duty to family and race over individual ambition. Education for girls focused on domestic skills, biology, and loyalty to the Volk, embedding gender-specific ideology from an early age. Laws prohibited marriages or reproduction with those considered racially inferior, tying private life directly to state objectives. The intersection of racial policy and gender reinforced social hierarchy, creating a structured and controllable citizenry. This social engineering sought to align every aspect of personal life with the regime's vision of racial and cultural purity. Compliance was enforced through social pressure, party oversight, and incentives, leaving little room for deviation. Eugenics became a cornerstone of Nazi ideological practice, integrating science, medicine, and policy to engineer a racially healthy population. The regime implemented sterilization programs targeting those deemed genetically unfit, including individuals with physical or mental disabilities. Hospitals, clinics, and doctors were co-opted into the state's goals, often performing procedures under coercion or ideological persuasion. Propaganda portrayed these measures as necessary for the survival and improvement of the German Volk, linking them to patriotic duty and national destiny. Public health campaigns highlighted the burden of undesirable traits on society, reinforcing fear, stigma, and compliance. The T4 program, which would later escalate into systematic killings, began as part of these eugenics initiatives, demonstrating how scientific rhetoric could justify extreme human rights violations. Educational materials, scientific journals, and lectures disseminated racial theories as objective truths, normalizing prejudice and creating a pseudo-scientific veneer for policy. Citizens were encouraged to monitor family members for signs of inferiority, turning ideology into a form of social surveillance. Eugenics became both a justification and a method for implementing broader racial objectives, linking personal, professional, and civic life to state control. This ideological framework reinforced the regime's capacity to manipulate morality, law, and social priorities in pursuit of its vision. Everyday life in Nazi Germany reflected the integration of ideology into institutions, culture, and social interaction. Shops, workplaces, and neighborhoods were segregated, with Jews and other targeted groups increasingly marginalized and excluded from public life. Media, literature, and cinema promoted Aryan ideals while demonizing outsiders, shaping perceptions at every level of society. Holidays, ceremonies, and national celebrations reinforced loyalty to the state and adherence to racial hierarchies. Local party officials monitored communities, reporting deviations from expected norms and reinforcing compliance through both persuasion and intimidation. Professional organizations, guilds, and clubs were brought under state oversight, aligning economic and cultural life with Nazi goals. Even leisure and recreation were mobilized to foster conformity, emphasizing fitness, competition, and collective identity over individuality. Social pressure, combined with constant surveillance and ideological messaging, ensured that deviation was socially and legally dangerous. Children, adults, and elders alike were immersed in a reality where ideology dictated morality, opportunity, and status. This pervasive integration created a society where belief in Nazi principles became habitual, institutionalized, and deeply internalized. Propaganda targeting youth was particularly sophisticated, blending education, ritual, and entertainment to foster long-term allegiance. Camps, games, and competitions emphasized teamwork, obedience, and loyalty to Hitler, framing these qualities as heroic and aspirational. Stories, songs, and plays depicted Aryan heroes, while portraying Jews, Romani people, and other undesirables as threats to civilization. Rituals such as flag-raising ceremonies, pledges, and uniforms created a sense of belonging and identity tied directly to the regime. Adolescents were taught military drills, survival skills, and ideological lessons, effectively preparing them for future roles as soldiers and enforcers of the state. Peer surveillance and recognition reinforced adherence to doctrine, creating internalized enforcement within youth communities. Manuals, literature, and music were carefully curated to make ideological principles omnipresent, merging daily life with political instruction. The result was a generation conditioned to prioritize party loyalty, racial ideology, and national duty over personal or familial concerns. Youth indoctrination exemplified the regime's ability to mold not only political behavior but thought itself. By controlling the formative years, Nazi ideology ensured continuity and cultural entrenchment across society. By the late 1930s, Nazi ideology had fully penetrated German society, shaping law, education, family life, social structures, and public morality. Racial laws, eugenics programs, youth indoctrination, and gender policies collectively constructed a coherent system designed to enforce obedience, loyalty, and racial hierarchy. Propaganda ensured that citizens internalized these principles, while surveillance and social pressure reinforced compliance. The integration of ideology into daily life allowed the regime to mobilize the population efficiently, whether for war, labor, or persecution. Ordinary behaviors, from schooling and workplace participation to family planning and recreational activities, were guided by the state's objectives. By embedding ideology into law, education, and culture, the Nazis transformed society into a living instrument of their racial and political goals. Citizens were not merely subjects of policy, but participants in its enactment, often unknowingly perpetuating systemic discrimination and oppression. This chapter demonstrates that Nazi power relied as much on the ideological transformation of society as on military or political action. By shaping thought, law, and behavior, the regime constructed a totalitarian reality in which ideology dictated both public and private life. The consequences of this pervasive control would echo through history, illustrating the human cost of systematic indoctrination and social engineering. In the early 1930s, Germany faced an economic crisis unparalleled in its history, with unemployment soaring and industrial production collapsing. Hitler and the Nazi regime seized on this crisis, promising revival through a combination of public works, state-directed investment, and strategic militarization. Massive infrastructure projects, such as the Autobahn network, were launched to provide employment while modernizing the nation's transport and logistics capabilities. These projects were highly visible, with propaganda highlighting the tangible results of the regime's intervention. Simultaneously, the government invested in rearmament, expanding the army, navy, and air force despite restrictions imposed by the Treaty of Versailles. Factories were converted to produce military equipment, while subsidies and incentives encouraged private industry to participate in defense production. The regime emphasized speed and efficiency, portraying economic revival as both patriotic duty and evidence of competent leadership. Citizens, witnessing the sudden availability of jobs and increased wages, began to perceive the Nazis as deliverers of stability. Yet beneath this apparent prosperity lay coercion, strict control of labor, and suppression of independent unions. The combination of visible results and ideological framing created a powerful narrative of national resurgence. Rearmament was central not only to economic recovery, but also to the regime's expansionist ambitions. Under the guise of national defense, Germany systematically rebuilt its army beyond Versailles limits, secretly training troops and producing weapons while presenting a veneer of legality. The Luftwaffe, rebuilt in violation of international agreements, became a symbol of technological progress and military pride. Shipyards, tank factories, and armament plants expanded at an unprecedented pace, creating both employment and military capability. Military service became an avenue for young men to gain training, purpose, and identity within the Nazi vision. Propaganda glorified soldiers and officers, linking economic participation directly with national defense and heroic duty. Civilian industries were heavily incentivized to support rearmament, with contracts, resources, and political favor tied to compliance. This intertwining of economic opportunity and militarization ensured popular support while entrenching the regime's power. Every construction site, factory, and military parade served as a public demonstration of progress, discipline, and national resurgence. The perception of strength fostered confidence in the leadership and created a sense of inevitable destiny. Public works initiatives were carefully staged to create visible impact and reinforce the narrative of competent governance. Large-scale construction projects, including highways, dams, and public buildings, showcased modernity and technical achievement. Workers were organized into state-controlled labor programs, often living in temporary camps and following strict schedules. These programs combined economic function with ideological indoctrination, instilling discipline, loyalty, and pride in contributing to the national project. Streets, bridges, and factories were not only practical achievements, but also propaganda tools, photographed, filmed, and celebrated in newspapers and rallies. The regime's ability to convert public labor into both tangible infrastructure and ideological messaging exemplified its sophisticated approach to statecraft. Citizens saw tangible improvements in daily life, including employment, better transport, and modern amenities, even as personal freedoms were curtailed. The state's control over both economy and society ensured that every success was credited to the party and its leadership. Simultaneously, these projects reinforced militarization by prioritizing strategic routes, industrial hubs, and infrastructure useful in wartime. The result was an economy that appeared revitalized, disciplined, and purpose-driven under Nazi control. Unemployment reduction was a critical pillar of Nazi economic policy, addressing both social despair and political vulnerability. Massive recruitment for construction, industry, and military service absorbed millions of jobless citizens. Programs such as the Reich Labor Service provided temporary employment while instilling obedience, hierarchy, and nationalist values. The government monitored participation, with penalties for non-compliance and rewards for diligence, creating a system of incentive and coercion. Propaganda highlighted personal success stories, transforming economic recovery into a moral and patriotic duty. While unemployment fell dramatically on paper, many positions were temporary, low-paying, or militarily oriented, emphasizing control over genuine economic freedom. Women, Jews, and political dissidents were excluded from many job programs, reflecting ideological priorities over universal welfare. Nevertheless, the perception of employment, stability, and purpose bolstered support for the regime. Citizens internalized the notion that the state was capable, decisive, and responsible for social order. The alignment of labor, nationalism, and ideology ensured the population's complicity in the economic narrative. Industrial mobilization for rearmament required careful coordination between the state and private corporations. Large firms such as Krupp, IG Farben, and Siemens were integrated into a centrally planned economy with strict oversight. Contracts for military production were tied to political loyalty, party membership, and compliance with state directives. Factories operated under continuous production schedules, with quotas and performance closely monitored by government officials. Innovation and efficiency were rewarded, but dissent, strikes, or inefficiency were punished. Engineers, managers, and laborers were co-opted into a system that fused national pride with productivity. Propaganda framed industrial labor as a contribution to the fatherland, elevating technical work to patriotic significance. Daily life for workers was regimented, with uniforms, badges, and workplace rituals reinforcing the ideology. Industrial hubs became centers of both economic output and social control, shaping attitudes toward the state and its military objectives. This fusion of industry, ideology, and militarization exemplified the regime's comprehensive vision of national revival. Propaganda was inseparable from economic policy, magnifying achievements while obscuring limitations. Newspapers, films, and radio broadcasts celebrated job creation, construction milestones, and military parades. Economic data was selectively presented to exaggerate successes and downplay hardships, creating an impression of unstoppable progress. Public speeches by Hitler, Goebbels, and other officials linked personal prosperity to loyalty, obedience, and racial ideology. Citizens internalized the narrative of recovery as proof of the regime's competence, often overlooking coercion, suppression, and ethical costs. Even rationing, shortages, and labor discipline were framed as temporary sacrifices for national resurgence. The state's control over media ensured a consistent message, minimizing dissent and reinforcing ideological alignment. Economic policy became a performance as much as a practical system, demonstrating the power of perception in governance. These narratives created a feedback loop of confidence, obedience, and participation. Ordinary Germans experienced a sense of stability, achievement, and unity, reinforcing the legitimacy of authoritarian control. By the late 1930s, Germany's economy had undergone a dramatic transformation, blending recovery with preparation for war. Public works, rearmament, and labor programs created the appearance of prosperity while tightening state control over every aspect of life. Militarization was embedded in industry, employment, and infrastructure, ensuring readiness for expansionist campaigns. Citizens witnessed tangible improvements, roads, factories, and reduced unemployment, yet these gains were inseparable from ideological indoctrination and social control. Economic revival was thus inseparable from militarization, propaganda, and coercion, creating a society disciplined, mobilized, and obedient. The alignment of employment, industry, and military preparation exemplified the regime's ability to convert resources, labor, and perception into strategic advantage. Ordinary Germans were both beneficiaries and participants, contributing to a system that prioritized national glory and future conquest. This chapter demonstrates how economic recovery under Hitler was simultaneously a tool of social engineering, military preparation, and ideological reinforcement. By intertwining prosperity with obedience, the regime secured both material gains and political loyalty. The stage was set for the subsequent aggressive foreign policy and expansion that would define the coming years. By the mid-1930s, Hitler had consolidated power and turned his focus outward, seeking to overturn the post-World War I settlement and restore Germany's perceived rightful place in Europe. The regime's foreign policy was guided by a combination of ideology, opportunism, and strategic calculation, rooted in the goals of Lebensraum, national security, and the destruction of perceived enemies. The reoccupation of the Rhineland in 1936 was a calculated gamble, violating the Treaty of Versailles while testing the resolve of France and Britain. Troops marched into the demilitarized zone under strict orders to avoid provocation, yet demonstrate German strength, a maneuver that reshaped European perceptions of Nazi audacity. Diplomacy was supplemented by propaganda, presenting the move as the restoration of national pride and the correction of historical injustice. Hitler exploited the policy of appeasement, understanding that Allied nations, traumatized by World War I, were hesitant to confront Germany militarily. This emboldened further actions, setting the stage for Austria's annexation and the eventual absorption of Czechoslovakia. Each expansionist step combined military readiness, propaganda, and political calculation. The regime's foreign policy was thus a careful blend of intimidation, legal manipulation, and public persuasion. Citizens were made to perceive these acts as both necessary and heroic, reinforcing support for aggressive nationalism. The Anschluss, or annexation of Austria in 1938, exemplified the regime's strategy of combining political pressure with popular mobilization. Nazi sympathizers within Austria were encouraged to demand union with Germany, while German troops poised at the border projected military might without firing a shot. Propaganda portrayed the Union as a peaceful popular choice, framing Hitler as a unifier of the Germanic people. International reaction was muted, as European powers underestimated Hitler's ambitions or hoped to avoid conflict. This event demonstrated the effectiveness of political manipulation, mass rallies, and controlled messaging in achieving territorial gains without immediate war. It also reinforced Hitler's confidence in exploiting weaknesses in European diplomacy. Behind the scenes, the military prepared for rapid intervention if resistance arose, ensuring that political gestures were backed by potential force. Economic integration followed swiftly, aligning Austria's industry and resources with German strategic needs. Symbolically, the Anschluss showcased Hitler's ability to project inevitability, presenting expansion as a natural correction of history. The Austrian population, subjected to propaganda and intimidation, largely accepted the change, further illustrating the power of perception in foreign policy. Czechoslovakia, particularly the Sudetenland, became the next focal point of Nazi expansion. Hitler claimed to be defending ethnic Germans while simultaneously planning full absorption of the region. Diplomatic negotiations, punctuated by threats and military posturing, culminated in the Munich Agreement of 1938, a stark example of appeasement in practice. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain's declaration of peace for our time reflected European misjudgment of Hitler's ambitions. German troops occupied the Sudetenland without resistance, integrating fortifications, industry, and strategic positions. Propaganda emphasized the regime's protective role and justified aggression as the defense of ethnic kin. The Czechoslovak government, coerced and powerless, watched as international diplomacy sidelined its sovereignty. Behind the diplomatic facade, Hitler meticulously planned the eventual occupation of the rest of Czechoslovakia, executed in March 1939. The episode revealed the limits of appeasement and the dangers of underestimating a regime willing to flout agreements. It also emboldened Hitler, confirming that aggressive foreign policy combined with political cunning could achieve territorial expansion with minimal immediate cost. Poland became the ultimate test of Nazi expansionist ambition, embodying the regime's ideological goals of Lebensraum and racial hierarchy. Hitler demanded the return of the free city of Danzig and access to the Polish corridor, framing these claims as both historical rectification and protective duty for ethnic Germans. Negotiations failed, while Germany and the Soviet Union secretly signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, dividing Eastern Europe into spheres of influence. This non-aggression treaty ensured strategic security on the Eastern Front, allowing Hitler to plan an invasion without fear of Soviet intervention. Military preparations involved meticulous coordination, emphasizing speed, mechanization, and deception to achieve a blitzkrieg, or lightning war. Propaganda portrayed the move as a defensive measure, presenting Germany as a victim of foreign obstinacy. On September 1, 1939, German forces invaded Poland, triggering World War II and demonstrating the lethal efficiency of modern warfare aligned with ideological objectives. The invasion combined tanks, aircraft, and infantry in coordinated maneuvers designed to overwhelm resistance rapidly. Poland's swift defeat underscored the effectiveness of ideology-driven aggression backed by military innovation. Civilians and soldiers alike were caught in a maelstrom, highlighting the human cost of expansionist policy. Aggressive foreign policy was not limited to territorial acquisition. but also to the realignment of alliances and intimidation of neighbouring states. Smaller nations in Scandinavia, the Balkans, and the Low Countries were pressured diplomatically while monitored militarily for signs of resistance. Treaties, trade agreements, and political influence were leveraged to create a sphere of economic and strategic dependency. Hitler's strategy combined military threat with political manipulation, ensuring compliance without immediate combat where possible. Propaganda reinforced perceptions of German invincibility and inevitability, convincing neighboring populations that resistance was futile. Military exercises, parades, and exercises in rapid mobilization served as constant reminders of Germany's capability. These measures created an environment in which diplomacy and coercion operated in tandem, extending Nazi influence across Europe. The careful orchestration of fear, promise, and spectacle exemplified the regime's mastery of both soft and hard power. Germany's neighbors faced a choice: accommodation or confrontation, with the regime calculating that most would prefer the former. The stage was thus set for broader conflict, as aggressive expansion increasingly collided with Allied interests. The economic and military build-up supported foreign policy by providing the necessary means for aggression. Industrial mobilization, resource extraction, and labor organization ensured that Germany could sustain campaigns abroad. Rearmament allowed the Wehrmacht to combine modern tanks, mechanized infantry, and air support in unprecedented ways. Propaganda justified these measures as national defense, disguising preparation for conquest under the language of security. Domestic consumption was managed to prioritize military needs, with rationing and resource allocation aligned to strategic objectives. Infrastructure such as railways, highways, and communication networks facilitated rapid mobilization and reinforced the impression of efficiency. The regime's ability to synchronize economic, industrial, and military capabilities amplified the effectiveness of foreign policy. Citizens observed visible proof of national strength, which bolstered support for aggressive actions. International observers noted the transformation of Germany into a formidable and coordinated power. The integration of economy, military, and ideology exemplified the totality of Nazi strategic planning. By 1939, aggressive expansion and foreign policy had reshaped Europe and demonstrated the lethal potential of ideology-driven governance. The reoccupation of the Rhineland, Anschluss, Sudetenland, and invasion of Poland illustrated a pattern of calculated risk, political manipulation, and military efficiency. Propaganda presented these moves as both defensive and morally justified, securing domestic approval while exploiting international indecision. Economic mobilization and rearmament provided the material foundation for success, ensuring that expansion was supported by logistics, industry, and manpower. Alliances and treaties, including the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, allowed for strategic flexibility and minimized immediate opposition. Citizens internalized a narrative of national revival, while neighboring nations underestimated Hitler's ambitions until it was too late. This period set the stage for the global conflict to come, demonstrating how ideology, economy, and military strategy could be fused into an aggressive, expansionist vision. The lessons of diplomacy, coercion, and preparation in this phase would shape the course of World War II. The chapter concludes by showing the dangerous potency of a regime that combined political cunning, militarization, and public persuasion. Nazi foreign policy, rooted in both ideology and opportunism, had transformed Germany from a defeated nation into a continent-altering force. On September 1st, 1939, the German Wehrmacht crossed into Poland, marking the official outbreak of World War II. This invasion was meticulously planned and executed using blitzkrieg, or lightning war, a strategy that emphasized speed, coordination, and overwhelming force. Tanks, mechanized infantry, and aircraft moved in concert to penetrate Polish defenses, bypass fortifications, and encircle units before they could organize a coherent resistance. The strategy relied heavily on surprise, precise timing, and close communication between army and air forces, demonstrating the devastating potential of modern warfare. Polish cities and towns fell rapidly under this relentless advance, with civilians caught amidst bombings, artillery fire, and panicked evacuations. The invasion shocked Europe, illustrating the effectiveness of Germany's newly militarized and technologically advanced army. Britain and France, bound by treaty obligations to Poland, issued ultimatums that demanded a German withdrawal, which were promptly ignored. The psychological impact was immediate, as the speed and ferocity of the assault shattered illusions of containment and demonstrated the regime's willingness to use force without hesitation. Civilians faced displacement, hunger, and terror, while soldiers confronted an enemy whose operational tempo was unprecedented. The Blitzkrieg's success in Poland set the tone for the early phase of the war, signaling a new era of mechanized, rapid warfare. Poland's military, though valiant and determined, was ill-prepared to counter the highly mobile German forces. Traditional infantry formations, limited armor, and outdated artillery were quickly outmaneuvered by German panzer divisions. Communication difficulties and fragmented command structures compounded Polish vulnerability, making coordinated counterattacks nearly impossible. The Luftwaffe dominated the skies, conducting precision strikes on supply lines, command centers, and transportation hubs, further destabilizing resistance. Cavalry units, once symbolic of tradition, were rendered nearly obsolete against tanks and aircraft, highlighting the evolution of military strategy. Roads became crowded with retreating troops and fleeing civilians, creating chaos that amplified German tactical advantages. Despite valiant defense in cities such as Warsaw and Krakow, Polish forces were gradually encircled and overwhelmed. International observers marveled at the coordination and efficiency of the German advance, while Poland's allies scrambled to respond. Civilians endured indiscriminate bombings, forced evacuations, and shortages of food, medicine, and shelter. The rapid collapse of Poland demonstrated the lethal combination of innovation, preparation, and ruthlessness in modern war. Britain and France declared war on Germany on September 3, 1939, honoring their commitments to Poland. Yet their initial military response was cautious, largely defensive, and hesitant, a period known as the Phony War, or Sitzkrieg. Troops were mobilized along the French-German border, but large-scale offensives were limited, allowing Germany to consolidate its gains in Poland. Diplomacy and intelligence dominated Allied activity during these early weeks, as they sought to understand Hitler's intentions and strategy. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, acting in accordance with the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, invaded eastern Poland on September 17th, effectively partitioning the country with Germany. This coordination between two ideologically opposed powers, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, demonstrated cold strategic calculation over political principles. Poland's government and military were forced to operate under extraordinary pressure, attempting to resist both fronts while coordinating with allies who could not intervene quickly. The fall of Poland within weeks sent shockwaves through Europe, exposing vulnerabilities in collective security arrangements. Civilians experienced rapid shifts in authority, occupation policies, and daily life, often facing brutality from both invading forces. This dual invasion underscored the precariousness of smaller nations in the face of coordinated aggression by major powers. The psychological impact of Germany's early successes reverberated across Europe. Military planners in Britain, France, and Scandinavia realized that traditional defensive doctrines were insufficient against blitzkrieg tactics. Public morale was shaken as newsreels, radio broadcasts, and reports highlighted the speed and scale of Germany's conquest. Propaganda emphasized the inevitability of Nazi victory, while occupation authorities in Poland imposed strict control, curfews, and censorship. The invasion also demonstrated the vulnerability of civilian populations who faced aerial bombardments, forced relocations, and violence from both military forces and collaborating elements. International observers began reassessing the nature of modern warfare, noting that speed, coordination, and psychological shock were as decisive as raw troop numbers. Citizens across Europe followed events with a mix of fear, fascination, and anxiety, understanding that the continent was entering a conflict of unprecedented scale. The collapse of Poland also created a massive refugee crisis, straining neighboring countries and international relief efforts. Children, women, and the elderly became involuntary witnesses and victims, illustrating the totalizing nature of modern war. The psychological dimension of blitzkrieg would influence both military planning and civilian expectations throughout the early years of the conflict. Military strategy during the outbreak phase emphasized coordination between air, armor, and infantry units, with logistics and intelligence playing pivotal roles. German panzer divisions struck deep into enemy territory, supported by close air support that destroyed defensive positions and disrupted communication lines. Radio communication allowed rapid adaptation to changing battlefield conditions, giving commanders flexibility to exploit weaknesses. Supply lines were protected by rapid movement, while captured enemy infrastructure was often repurposed to maintain operational momentum. The Luftwaffe conducted both strategic and tactical missions, from bombing key installations to providing reconnaissance for advancing ground forces. Civilian infrastructure, including railways, bridges, and ports, became critical objectives as their control ensured mobility and resource access. The psychological effect of this coordinated attack often led to surrender or collapse before full engagement. Blitzkrieg was not merely a tactic but an operational philosophy, integrating speed, surprise, and decisive action. Its success in Poland became a model for subsequent campaigns in Western Europe. The coordination between technology, mobility, and strategy demonstrated a paradigm shift in modern military operations. For civilians in Poland, the invasion was an overwhelming and disorienting experience. Cities were bombarded from the air, communication networks were destroyed, and families were forced to flee their homes under chaotic circumstances. Refugee columns stretched for miles, often targeted by strafing aircraft or artillery fire, leaving civilians vulnerable to both hunger and exposure. Local governance collapsed almost immediately, with police and civil services unable to maintain order under the twin pressures of occupation and mass displacement. The German occupation implemented harsh measures, including censorship, arrests, and the targeting of political and ethnic groups deemed undesirable. Soviet occupation in the East brought a parallel wave of repression, forced conscriptions, and political purges. Aid efforts were limited and sporadic, overwhelmed by the scale of destruction and the rapid pace of military operations. Letters, diaries, and first-hand testimonies reveal the terror, uncertainty, and resilience of the civilian population during these weeks. Schools, hospitals, and public institutions were repurposed or destroyed, further disrupting daily life. The human cost of the invasion underscores that blitzkrieg was as much a psychological assault on society as it was a military strategy. The outbreak of World War II, set in motion a chain of events that would engulf Europe and eventually the world. Germany's rapid conquest of Poland demonstrated the lethal combination of ideology, innovation, and ruthlessness. The failure of early Allied intervention highlighted the challenges of coalition warfare and strategic hesitation. Civilians bore the immediate and devastating consequences of occupation, displacement, and terror. Blitzkrieg tactics became a blueprint for subsequent campaigns, influencing military doctrine and international planning. The events of September 1939 revealed the fragility of peace in interwar Europe and the consequences of appeasement, underestimating both ambition and capability. Nations scrambled to respond diplomatically, militarily, and psychologically to a conflict that was already unfolding at breathtaking speed. The invasion of Poland not only marked the start of global warfare, but also set a precedent for the scale, brutality, and coordination of future operations. By combining technology, speed, and ideological motivation, Germany redefined modern combat and reshaped the European political landscape. This chapter emphasizes that the outbreak of World War II was not a sudden explosion, but the culmination of strategic preparation, political calculation, and human tragedy, signaling a conflict that would test nations, societies, and the human spirit alike. In the spring of 1940, Nazi Germany launched a series of lightning campaigns across Western Europe, swiftly overwhelming Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and ultimately France. These operations combined mechanized infantry, fast-moving armor, and coordinated air power to shatter defensive lines, replicate the success of Blitzkrieg in Poland, and maintain operational momentum. Denmark and Norway fell within days, the former capitulating almost without resistance, while the latter endured weeks of fierce fighting before German forces secured strategic ports and airfields. Belgium and the Netherlands, despite heroic resistance, were quickly overrun, their fortified positions bypassed or neutralized by rapid armored thrusts. France's Maginot Line, a symbol of static defense, proved insufficient as German forces flanked its eastern fortifications and encircled retreating Allied units. Civilians across these countries faced sudden invasions, bombings, and mass displacement as urban centers and industrial zones were caught in the crossfire. The speed and precision of the German offensives instilled fear, confusion, and a sense of inevitability, demonstrating both military prowess and psychological warfare. This rapid conquest reshaped the European map in weeks, creating opportunities for occupation and exploitation. It also forced Britain into a defensive posture, retreating to evacuate forces from Dunkirk and reassessing continental strategy. The early successes in Western Europe confirmed the deadly efficiency of combined arms tactics and the ruthless application of total war principles. Following military victory, the Nazis swiftly implemented occupation policies designed to consolidate control, exploit resources, and suppress dissent. Puppet governments and collaborationist regimes were established in occupied territories, most notably in Vichy France, which administered southern France under nominal sovereignty while cooperating with German authorities. In the Netherlands and Belgium, German administrators imposed strict regulations, curfews, and censorship, enforcing loyalty through both bureaucratic oversight and terror. Denmark and Norway experienced similar impositions, with local governments coerced into collaboration to maintain civil order, while Germans extracted strategic benefits. Resistance movements began to form almost immediately, as underground networks sought to sabotage rail lines, gather intelligence, and protect civilians. The German response combined brutal reprisals, surveillance, and propaganda campaigns designed to fracture community cohesion and discourage opposition. Economic exploitation was systematic. Factories were repurposed to supply the Reich food, and raw materials were requisitioned, and transportation networks were commandeered for military logistics. Local populations endured rationing, forced labor, and the constant threat of arbitrary punishment. Propaganda, often disseminated through newspapers, radio, and public displays, portrayed occupation as orderly and beneficial, masking the harsh realities of oppression. This dual strategy of coercion and persuasion allowed the Nazis to maintain relative stability while extracting maximum strategic and economic advantage. Daily life under Nazi occupation was defined by fear, scarcity, and the omnipresence of authority. Public spaces were patrolled by soldiers and police, checkpoints regulated movement, and identity papers were rigorously checked. Civil liberties were suspended, and the legal system was subordinated to military or administrative decrees. Ordinary citizens faced constant surveillance as informants and collaborators monitored behavior, reporting any perceived acts of resistance. Schools and cultural institutions were restructured to reflect Nazi ideology, with textbooks, curricula, and youth programs indoctrinating younger generations. Food and fuel shortages became chronic as German authorities requisitioned agricultural produce, coal, and industrial output for the war effort. Curfews and travel restrictions limited social interaction, and arbitrary arrests were common, creating a pervasive atmosphere of tension. Civilians adapted by forming clandestine networks for sharing resources, intelligence, or safe havens for those hunted by the regime. Underground presses and coded communications allowed some flow of uncensored information, sustaining hope and defiance. Despite these hardships, everyday life persisted. Markets, households, and workplaces continued under the shadow of authoritarian oversight, illustrating resilience and adaptation in the face of oppression. The economic dimension of occupation was integral to Nazi strategic goals, as conquered territories provided both resources and industrial capacity. Factories were seized or retooled to produce munitions, vehicles, and other war materials for the German military. Agricultural output was redirected to feed German troops and civilian populations, often causing shortages and famine conditions in local communities. Transportation networks, railroads, ports, and highways were commandeered for troop movements, logistical support, and export of materials to the Reich. Labor policies included forced conscription into German industries and military support services, with men, women, and even children compelled to contribute. Financial exploitation also occurred, with occupation authorities levying taxes, fines, and requisitions to fund both local administration and military operations. Resource extraction was often accompanied by brutal enforcement, as any resistance or failure to comply was met with swift punishment. These policies ensured that the German war machine remained well supplied while occupied populations endured deprivation and coercion. The economic exploitation of Western Europe exemplified how conquest extended beyond military victory into the systematic control of human and material capital. Repression and violence were key instruments of Nazi occupation, particularly in response to resistance activities. Partisan attacks, sabotage, or attempts to communicate with Allied forces were met with harsh reprisals, including executions, hostage-taking, and village burnings. Secret police, such as the Gestapo, worked alongside local collaborators to identify, capture, and punish those deemed a threat to German authority. Public trials, often staged as deterrents, emphasized the futility of resistance, and reinforced the power of the occupying forces. Intelligence networks sought to infiltrate underground movements, using informants and surveillance to preempt acts of defiance. Even ordinary acts of non-compliance, such as hiding radios or refusing to work for German industries, could provoke severe punishment. Propaganda reinforced fear, portraying resistance fighters as criminals or traitors, while glorifying loyalty to the Reich. In occupied France, Belgium, and the Netherlands, clandestine efforts persisted despite these dangers, including smuggling of weapons, intelligence gathering, and the creation of escape networks. The Nazis' combination of terror and oversight effectively curtailed large-scale rebellion while stimulating smaller, decentralized forms of defiance. The climate of fear permeated all aspects of life, leaving civilians in constant negotiation between survival, compliance, and moral conviction. Collaboration was another defining aspect of occupation, reflecting both coercion and opportunism. Governments such as Vichy France willingly cooperated with German authorities to maintain a degree of autonomy while enforcing Nazi policies. Business leaders and local elites often profited from supplying goods, services, or labor to the occupiers. Some individuals collaborated out of ideological sympathy with National Socialism, while others acted pragmatically to protect families or communities. Collaboration was controversial and created divisions within societies, as neighbors and even family members sometimes faced conflicting loyalties. Resistance movements framed collaboration as betrayal, leading to targeted reprisals during and after the war. Cultural and intellectual figures were censored or co-opted to legitimize occupation policies, while propaganda sought to normalize the presence of German authority. Collaboration extended to policing, administration, and even recruitment for military service under German command. These networks of cooperation facilitated control, reduced the need for direct German oversight, and amplified the reach of occupation authorities. The tension between collaboration and resistance defined social and political dynamics in occupied Europe, leaving a complex legacy that would endure long after liberation. By the end of 1940, much of Western Europe was under firm German control, and the mechanisms of occupation were firmly entrenched. Strategic resources, industrial centers, and transportation hubs were integrated into the German war economy. Daily life for civilians remained dominated by fear, scarcity, and ideological pressure, yet pockets of resistance persisted across cities and countryside alike. Collaborationist regimes managed day-to-day administration, implementing German policies, while negotiating limited autonomy for local populations. The successes of these campaigns reinforced the perception of Nazi invincibility and the efficiency of combined military and administrative power. Occupation policies set precedents for subsequent conquests in Eastern Europe, emphasizing resource extraction, repression, and propaganda. Civilians endured displacement, forced labor, and cultural suppression, yet also demonstrated resilience, solidarity, and covert defiance. The conquest of Western Europe illustrated the interplay between military strategy, economic exploitation, and human experience under authoritarian rule. It also underscored the moral and practical challenges faced by societies caught between collaboration, survival, and resistance. This chapter highlights that the occupation of Western Europe was not merely a military endeavor, but a comprehensive effort to control, manipulate, and exploit both people and resources on an unprecedented scale. On June 22, 1941, Nazi Germany launched Operation Barbarossa, the largest military invasion in history, targeting the Soviet Union with over 3 million troops, thousands of tanks, and a staggering air fleet. The offensive was framed as both a strategic conquest and an ideological crusade against Bolshevism and Jewish communism, blending military objectives with genocidal intent. The Eastern Front stretched from the frozen plains of Lithuania to the cities of Western Russia, a vast theater that would test logistics, endurance, and command like never before. Early German advances relied on blitzkrieg tactics, rapid mechanized columns, and close air-ground coordination, overwhelming Soviet defenses with unprecedented speed and ferocity. Civilians were caught in the maelstrom as cities were bombarded, infrastructure destroyed, and millions displaced in the chaos of invasion. The Wehrmacht initially encountered pockets of resistance, but Soviet unpreparedness, purges of military leadership, and the element of surprise allowed rapid territorial gains. German propaganda depicted the campaign as a righteous mission, while soldiers were indoctrinated to see the conflict as a war for racial and ideological survival. Supply lines, however, were stretched thin across vast distances, foreshadowing the immense logistical challenges that would plague the campaign. Despite early victories, the scale of the front and harsh environmental conditions hinted at the formidable obstacles ahead. Operation Barbarossa was not merely a military campaign, it was a turning point that would expose the human cost of ideological warfare on a continental scale. The initial German successes in Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltics came at enormous cost, as both soldiers and civilians endured extreme conditions. Villages were burned, railways destroyed, and retreating Soviet forces employed scorched earth tactics to deny resources to the advancing Wehrmacht. The Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing units, followed closely behind, executing mass shootings of Jews, Romani people, communists, and political dissidents, initiating the early stages of systematic genocide. Local populations faced arbitrary violence, forced labor, and starvation, while German troops confronted the moral and psychological strain of participating in atrocities. Disease and exposure compounded the dangers of the battlefield, particularly during autumn rains and winter freezes, which turned roads to quagmires and immobilized equipment. German units struggled with resupply, as the sheer expanse of territory exceeded the Reich's logistical capacity, leaving soldiers hungry, fatigued, and vulnerable to counterattacks. Communication lines were overextended, coordination became chaotic, and the harsh terrain revealed the limitations of rapid mechanized warfare over vast distances. Civilians who remained behind the front lines bore witness to unspeakable horrors, their homes destroyed and communities fractured. Despite propaganda portraying the Wehrmacht as disciplined and heroic, the reality on the ground was brutal, disorienting, and morally corrosive. These early months set the stage for a prolonged conflict that would consume millions of lives and reshape the Eastern Front for years to come. As the German advance pressed toward Leningrad, Moscow, and Stalingrad, the scale of human suffering became almost unimaginable. In Leningrad, a siege that would last 872 days trapped civilians in freezing conditions, with food shortages causing widespread starvation and death. The city's residents endured relentless bombardment, extreme cold, and limited medical supplies, yet displayed remarkable resilience through organized rationing, improvised heating, and clandestine cultural life. In Stalingrad, urban combat brought horrific close-quarters fighting, as street-by-street battles destroyed entire districts and created a battlefield littered with ruins and corpses. Both Soviet soldiers and civilians were subject to indiscriminate violence, including sniper attacks, artillery barrages, and air raids. German troops, meanwhile, faced extended supply lines, inadequate winter clothing, and relentless counterattacks that eroded morale and strength. Disease, frostbite, and malnutrition claimed countless lives on both sides, highlighting the extreme environmental and human challenges of the Eastern Front. Propaganda, orders from command, and ideological indoctrination attempted to sustain morale, yet the staggering casualties and suffering began to take a psychological toll on soldiers. The scale of devastation in urban centers exemplified how total war blurred the line between civilian and combatant. By the end of 1942, it became evident that the Eastern Front would not yield the quick victory envisioned by Hitler and his generals. Logistics on the Eastern Front presented an almost insurmountable challenge for the German military. The vast distances, poor infrastructure, and harsh weather combined to strain transport networks and deplete fuel, food, and ammunition supplies. Railways were often incompatible with German rolling stock, requiring extensive modification or the use of slower, improvised methods. Winter temperatures plummeted well below freezing, immobilizing vehicles, freezing water supplies, and causing severe frostbite among troops. Supply convoys became vulnerable to Soviet ambushes, partisan attacks, and aerial harassment, further complicating operational planning. German command attempted to adapt through local requisitioning, mobile repair units, and innovative field solutions, yet inefficiencies persisted. Civilians were caught in the logistical scramble, as food, livestock, and raw materials were seized for military use, exacerbating famine and suffering. Soviet forces, meanwhile, leveraged interior lines of communication and familiarity with the terrain to counterattack and harass German advances. The immense logistical strain revealed that even the most disciplined army could be vulnerable when operating over continental distances without secure and reliable supply chains. This dynamic would contribute decisively to the ultimate stalling of Operation Barbarossa by the onset of winter. The Eastern Front was also defined by ideological extremity, as Nazi racial policies intersected with military strategy. Einsatzgruppen operations and local collaboration led to mass executions, pogroms, and systematic terror campaigns against Jews and other targeted groups. Entire villages were destroyed, populations displaced, and social structures annihilated in pursuit of Hitler's vision of Lebensraum. German soldiers were often required to participate in or witness atrocities, fostering a climate of moral corruption, fear, and desensitization. Propaganda framed these acts as a necessary component of the war against Jewish Bolshevism, conflating military objectives with racial annihilation. Civilians caught between opposing forces and ideological terror suffered imprisonment, forced labor, and death. Resistance movements and partisan groups attempted to mitigate these horrors, often paying a steep price for defiance. The intertwining of ideology and warfare created conditions in which survival, complicity, and resistance were in constant tension. German command sought to maintain discipline while enforcing genocidal policies, yet the brutality often undermined operational efficiency. The Eastern Front thus became a theater where military conquest and racial ideology were inseparable, amplifying the human cost of the conflict. Psychological and physical strain on German troops intensified as the campaign progressed into winter and Soviet counteroffensives gained momentum. The Wehrmacht, accustomed to rapid victories, struggled with fatigue, supply shortages, and relentless Soviet resistance. Letters and diaries from soldiers describe fear, homesickness, and the emotional toll of witnessing mass suffering, both civilian and military. Commanders attempted to maintain cohesion through discipline, propaganda, and rotation of units, but attrition eroded morale. Soldiers faced freezing temperatures, mud and snow, which immobilized equipment and made even short marches exhausting. Disease and malnutrition became as deadly as enemy fire, reducing combat effectiveness and increasing vulnerability to counterattacks. The inability to achieve strategic objectives, coupled with ideological pressure from Hitler to advance at all costs, heightened tension and despair. Units became fragmented, relying on improvisation and local knowledge to survive. Psychological strain was compounded by participation in mass executions and witnessing the suffering of non-combatants. By the end of 1941, the Eastern Front had become a crucible of endurance, reshaping the Wehrmacht's operational culture and testing the limits of human resilience. Operation Barbarossa ultimately failed to achieve its decisive objectives, and the Eastern Front evolved into a protracted, brutal struggle. Soviet counteroffensives, harsh winters, and overstretched German supply lines halted the advance and inflicted massive casualties. Siege warfare in cities like Leningrad, encirclement battles in Moscow, and later Stalingrad revealed the strategic limits of blitzkrieg over vast territories. The human cost was staggering. Millions of soldiers and civilians died, and urban landscapes were left in ruins. Einsatzgruppen and other Nazi units perpetrated atrocities that presaged the Holocaust, linking ideology directly to wartime devastation. German soldiers faced extreme environmental challenges, psychological strain, and dwindling supplies, highlighting the impossibility of sustaining rapid victories over extended distances. Civilian populations endured displacement, famine, and terror, leaving social and economic systems shattered for generations. The Eastern Front demonstrated the convergence of military ambition, ideological extremism, and logistical overreach. The failure of Barbarossa marked a turning point in World War II, shifting the strategic initiative to the Soviets and setting the stage for prolonged attritional conflict. This chapter underscores how the Eastern Front became a defining theater of human suffering, endurance, and the catastrophic consequences of total war. The Holocaust, known as the final solution, represented the culmination of Nazi Germany's racial ideology, translating anti-Semitic beliefs into a systematic campaign of mass murder. Planning for the genocide evolved from discriminatory laws, forced segregation, and ghettoization into industrialized killing operations. Early policies, such as the Nuremberg laws, segregated Jews from society and laid the groundwork for escalating violence. Ghettos were established in occupied Poland and Eastern Europe, often surrounded by walls and barbed wire, confining thousands in overcrowded, unsanitary conditions. Starvation, disease, and random executions became daily realities within these enclosed urban prisons. Deportations to labor and concentration camps intensified as the war progressed, with railway networks facilitating the mass movement of victims. Bureaucratic mechanisms, census data, identification papers, and SS administrative structures enabled the systematic organization of murder with chilling efficiency. The ideological framing of Jews, Romani people, disabled individuals, and others as enemies of the Reich justified atrocities in the eyes of perpetrators. Propaganda reinforced dehumanization, depicting victims as subhuman, dangerous, or responsible for societal woes. By 1942, the machinery of genocide was fully operational, marking a horrifying escalation in both scale and method. Concentration and extermination camps became the primary instruments of the final solution, combining forced labor, torture, and mass execution. Camps like Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, Sobibor, and Majdanek were meticulously designed to maximize efficiency in the murder of men, women, and children. Gas chambers, crematoria, and systematic registration processes turned human life into a bureaucratic calculation. Prisoners were often subjected to forced labor under brutal conditions, enduring malnutrition, disease, and constant physical abuse. Medical experimentation further exemplified the regime's cruelty, with SS doctors conducting lethal tests on inmates. Deportation trains arrived regularly, crammed with terrified individuals, their destination known only to the perpetrators. Local collaborators and administrative personnel facilitated camp operations, demonstrating the reach of Nazi bureaucracy. Resistance was attempted in some camps, from smuggling information to organized uprisings. Yet these acts were met with swift and lethal reprisal. Survivor testimonies provide vivid accounts of the psychological and physical torment endured daily. The camps functioned as both instruments of terror and centers of industrialized killing, representing the extreme consequences of totalitarian ideology. Ghettos, often preceding deportation to camps, were sites of suffering, starvation, and desperate survival strategies. In cities like Warsaw, Lodz, and Krakow, thousands were confined to confined quarters with insufficient food, water, and sanitation. Disease outbreaks were rampant, and mortality rates soared even before mass deportations began. Despite horrific conditions, cultural life persisted clandestinely, with secret schools, religious gatherings, and smuggled newspapers maintaining a fragile sense of identity. Underground resistance networks emerged, distributing information, hiding children, and planning uprisings against occupying forces. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943 stands as a testament to courage and defiance, despite being outmatched by German military forces. Letters, diaries, and oral histories reveal the resilience, fear, and hope that sustained ghetto populations under extreme duress. Nazis exploited ghetto populations for forced labor, extracting economic value while simultaneously pursuing extermination policies. Starvation, mass shootings, and deportations combined to make ghettos lethal holding zones. The existence and destruction of ghettos demonstrate the layered, premeditated process that led to systematic genocide. The bureaucratic machinery of genocide enabled the Nazis to carry out mass murder with chilling efficiency. Census data, identity cards, and registry offices allowed for meticulous identification and categorization of targeted populations. The Reich Security Main Office, RSHA, coordinated deportations, police actions, and intelligence gathering across occupied territories. Transportation schedules, camp assignments, and SS personnel deployment were meticulously documented, transforming murder into administrative procedure. Ordinary civil servants, railway operators, and municipal authorities became integral cogs in the genocidal system, highlighting how bureaucracy facilitated atrocity. Detailed records of possessions, property seizures, and financial exploitation of victims were maintained alongside transport logs. Meetings like the Wannsee Conference formalized policy, aligning government, military, and party agencies around the systematic elimination of Jews. The administrative nature of genocide desensitized participants and masked the human reality of their actions. Even as some officials expressed moral unease, institutional pressures and ideological indoctrination ensured compliance. The cold, methodical structure of bureaucracy amplified the scale and speed of murder, demonstrating the deadly efficiency of organized evil. SS units and auxiliary forces carried out mass executions in occupied territories, particularly in Eastern Europe. Einsatzgruppen followed the Wehrmacht into conquered regions, conducting shootings in villages, towns, and forests. Men, women, and children were rounded up, forced to dig their own graves, and executed en masse, often under extreme psychological strain for both victims and perpetrators. Local collaborators, coerced or willingly complicit, assisted in identifying and transporting victims. These mobile killing operations preceded the establishment of extermination camps and set a precedent for industrialized genocide. Documentation, photographs, and survivor testimonies reveal the scale and methodical planning of these operations. Soldiers struggled with the moral weight of participation, and some succumbed to stress or refused orders, highlighting human responses to institutionalized atrocity. Propaganda framed these killings as necessary to secure Lebensraum and protect the Reich from imagined internal enemies. The operations demonstrated the terrifying combination of ideology, bureaucracy, and military force in enabling systematic murder. Eastern Europe became the epicenter of these early genocidal actions, foreshadowing the horrors that would engulf millions. Resistance and survival efforts emerged amidst the machinery of extermination, illustrating the resilience and courage of victims. Partisan groups, underground networks, and individual acts of defiance challenged Nazi control despite the high risk of reprisal. Prisoners in camps organized revolts, smuggled weapons, or documented atrocities to preserve the truth for future generations. Some non-Jewish civilians hid persecuted neighbors, smuggling food or falsifying identification papers to save lives. Religious leaders, educators, and cultural figures maintained clandestine instruction and worship, sustaining moral and spiritual resilience. Letters, diaries, and memoirs from survivors detail both the horror endured and the ingenuity employed to survive. Resistance, however limited in scale, demonstrated the human capacity for defiance even under the most extreme oppression. The international community, largely unaware of the full scale of atrocities until after the war, would later grapple with the moral implications of inaction. These acts of survival and resistance serve as testament to courage, hope, and the unbroken human spirit. Collectively, they provide a counterpoint to the systematic mechanisms of destruction. The Holocaust stands as one of history's most devastating examples of industrialized, ideologically driven genocide. Millions of Jews, Romani people, disabled individuals, political dissidents, and others were murdered in camps, ghettos, and mass executions. Bureaucracy, military power, and propaganda converged to transform prejudice into mass-scale killing. The stories of victims, survivors, and resistors reveal the profound human cost of ideology unchecked by morality or international intervention. Memorialization, historical scholarship, and survivor testimonies preserve memory and provide lessons for future generations. The systemic nature of the Holocaust underscores the dangers of totalitarianism, racism, and dehumanization. By understanding the mechanisms, scale, and human impact, historians and citizens alike gain insight into the capacity for both evil and resilience. Reflection on this chapter emphasizes responsibility to remember, educate, and prevent repetition. The Holocaust is not only a historical event, but a moral touchstone, illustrating the consequences of hatred amplified by power. This chapter closes with a sobering reminder of the fragility of civilization and the enduring need for vigilance against oppression. Resistance to Nazi rule existed both within Germany and across the occupied territories, though it faced immense danger and limited resources. Clergy, intellectuals, students, and ordinary citizens took extraordinary risks to challenge the regime, often paying with their lives. The White Rose movement, formed by university students in Munich, exemplified intellectual opposition, distributing leaflets condemning Nazi atrocities and calling for moral action. Similarly, clergy such as Dietrich Bonhoeffer and others publicly criticized Nazi policies, particularly anti-Semitism, risking imprisonment or execution. Small partisan groups operated covertly in cities and rural areas, gathering intelligence, assisting persecuted individuals, and sabotaging military operations. Underground presses and clandestine communication networks sought to awaken public conscience despite constant surveillance by the Gestapo. Resistance was fragmented, with ideological differences, fear and logistical constraints limiting coordination. Nonetheless, even minor acts, like distributing forbidden literature or sheltering Jews, represented moral defiance. Each act of opposition was met with brutal repression, yet courage persisted across social classes and regions. The human dimension of resistance illustrates the tension between fear, morality, and the will to act under tyranny. In occupied countries, resistance movements developed in response to oppression, forced labor, and deportations. France, Poland, the Netherlands, Belgium, Norway, and other territories saw networks forming that combined intelligence gathering, sabotage, and support for Allied forces. The French Maquis, for example, engaged in guerrilla warfare, disrupting German supply lines and communication networks. Polish underground organizations, including the Home Army, coordinated complex operations, providing critical intelligence to London and aiding in the rescue of Jews. These movements faced constant risk of capture, torture, and mass executions by German forces. Civilians who supported resistance fighters often endured collective punishment, with entire villages massacred as warnings. Coordinating operations across diverse regions required ingenuity, secret codes, and extreme discipline. The resilience of these networks reflected local knowledge, social cohesion, and an unwavering commitment to national and moral ideals. Despite limited arms and resources, resistance fighters inflicted notable disruption on German operations. The courage of these ordinary individuals underscores the complex interplay between survival, morality, and defiance. Within Germany, military officers and bureaucrats also attempted to oppose Hitler, culminating in plots to remove him from power. The most famous example is the July 20th, 1944, assassination attempt, orchestrated by high-ranking officers including Colonel Claus von Stauffenberg. The plan involved planting a bomb at Hitler's Wolf's Lair headquarters, aiming to decapitate Nazi leadership and instigate a broader coup. The operation failed when the bomb did not kill Hitler, and the conspirators were swiftly executed. Earlier, other officers and politicians had expressed disillusionment with Nazi policies, warning against reckless expansion and ethical violations. These plots highlight the limitations of resistance within the regime, constrained by surveillance, ideological indoctrination, and loyalty pressures. Punishments for dissent were extreme. Arrests, executions, and persecution extended to family members. The bravery of conspirators reflects moral courage under extraordinary risk, demonstrating that resistance was not limited to occupied territories. Their actions serve as a testament to ethical conviction in the midst of systemic evil. Even in failure, these plots left a moral legacy that challenges narratives of passive complicity. Reprisals against resistance were immediate and brutal, designed to instill fear and maintain control. In occupied territories, German forces frequently executed hostages, burned villages, and deported populations in response to sabotage or partisan activity. Civilians were compelled to betray neighbors and family under threat of death, creating an atmosphere of constant fear and suspicion. Within Germany, conspirators' families were often arrested, property confiscated, and associates imprisoned. These tactics were highly effective in suppressing widespread uprisings, but did not entirely extinguish the human will to resist. Martyrdom became a powerful symbol, inspiring covert acts of defiance and post-war commemoration. Secret education, religious practice, and cultural preservation became forms of passive resistance, sustaining morale and identity under repression. Psychological resilience, secrecy, and community networks were essential to survival and continued defiance. Resistance, both active and passive, demonstrated that even in totalitarian regimes, human agency persisted. The dynamic between terror and moral courage defined the ethical landscape of opposition. Resistance movements faced internal and external limitations that shaped their effectiveness. Fragmentation, ideological differences, and lack of coordination often hindered strategic impact. Resource scarcity, limited weapons, and insufficient communication with Allied forces constrained operations. The omnipresent threat of Gestapo infiltration and informants made organizing complex missions highly perilous. Resistance leaders had to balance the urgency of action with the imperative of survival, frequently opting for smaller symbolic operations. Despite these challenges, acts of sabotage, intelligence provision, and information dissemination cumulatively weakened German control. Stories of daring escapes, hidden refugees, and covert sabotage reveal the ingenuity required under such conditions. Collaboration between local populations and external Allied support enhanced the reach of operations, even if outcomes were incremental. Civilian courage under extreme pressure showcased the intersection of morality, resilience, and ingenuity. While resistance could not single-handedly overthrow the regime, it left an indelible mark on history and conscience. Cultural and intellectual resistance provided alternative avenues for opposition, sustaining human dignity and critical thought. Underground newspapers, pamphlets, and clandestine libraries kept suppressed ideas alive, circulating messages of hope and defiance. Artists, writers, and educators preserved cultural memory, documented atrocities, and critiqued the regime covertly. Religious institutions offered moral guidance, shelter, and solidarity, often providing covert support to targeted populations. These acts maintained social cohesion and offered psychological relief amidst pervasive terror. The impact of cultural resistance extended beyond immediate survival, ensuring that post-war generations would inherit a record of ethical courage. Documentation of atrocities and personal testimonies were preserved, enabling future justice and historical understanding. Intellectual resistance challenged the regime's monopoly on truth, exposing propaganda and confronting dehumanization. Even when isolated, these acts symbolized the persistence of conscience in the face of systemic evil. Cultural and intellectual resistance thus complemented military and civilian efforts, forming a multifaceted network of defiance. The legacy of resistance and opposition during the Nazi era is a testament to human moral courage, ingenuity, and resilience. While fragmented and often limited in immediate effectiveness, these movements symbolize defiance against overwhelming terror. Acts of resistance, whether armed, intellectual, or passive, demonstrated the capacity to assert ethical principles under extreme oppression. Martyrs and survivors alike provide enduring lessons about courage, sacrifice, and the human conscience. The interplay between fear, survival, and defiance illustrates the complex moral terrain faced by individuals living under totalitarian control. Post-war commemoration, historical study, and memorials ensure that these acts of resistance are not forgotten. Resistance underscores that even in systems designed to crush dissent, human agency and courage endure. It also highlights the costs of action, including loss, persecution, and moral compromise. By studying these efforts, contemporary societies can draw insights into ethical decision-making under duress. This chapter concludes by honoring those who resisted, illustrating that even in the darkest times, the human spirit can challenge tyranny. As World War II intensified, Germany transitioned into a state of total war, demanding complete mobilization of economic, industrial, and human resources. Factories were repurposed to produce armaments, tanks, aircraft, and ammunition at unprecedented rates. Civilian life became inseparable from military objectives, with men, women, and even youth contributing to the war effort in factories, farms, and logistical support. Propaganda portrayed every citizen's labor as a patriotic duty, linking personal sacrifice to national survival. The economy shifted from consumer goods to military production, rationing was enforced, and shortages became routine. Urban areas transformed with munitions plants and air raid shelters dominating the landscape. Education and youth programs, including the Hitler Youth, emphasized preparation for military service and technical skills necessary for wartime production. The state tightly controlled resources, prioritizing frontline needs over civilian comfort. Every aspect of daily life, from food distribution to transportation, was adapted for war efficiency. Total war blurred the boundaries between soldier and civilian, embedding the conflict deeply into society. Propaganda intensified as the war dragged on, especially after early victories gave way to mounting losses. Joseph Goebbels and the Ministry of Propaganda amplified messages of heroism, resilience, and duty, seeking to maintain morale amidst defeat and uncertainty. Posters, radio broadcasts, films, and public rallies emphasized enemy atrocities, national unity, and the righteousness of the Nazi cause. The portrayal of Hitler as a steadfast leader was carefully maintained even as military setbacks occurred on multiple fronts. Media manipulated perceptions of scarcity, turning rationing and hardship into symbols of sacrifice and collective purpose. Art and literature were tightly controlled to reinforce ideological conformity, suppressing dissenting narratives. Civilians were urged to report defeatist attitudes and remain vigilant against spies or subversive activity. Propaganda extended to children, instilling loyalty and preparing the next generation for participation in the war. The psychological dimension of total war became as significant as the physical mobilization, shaping perceptions and behavior under immense pressure. Through relentless messaging, the regime sought to sustain a sense of control even as the situation became increasingly desperate. Women played a crucial role in the total war mobilization, entering workplaces and factories previously dominated by men. They operated machinery, assembled weapons, and staffed administrative offices supporting military logistics. Many also worked in agriculture, ensuring food production continued despite conscription of male labor. The regime's policies encouraged women to balance family duties with industrial responsibilities, portraying this dual role as patriotic service. Propaganda celebrated these contributions, while also enforcing traditional gender ideals, creating a complex social dynamic. Youth involvement was equally significant, as organizations like the Hitler Youth and League of German Girls trained adolescents for future service and immediate labor needs. Technical education, military drills, and community work were framed as preparation for national survival. Civilian volunteers supported the war effort through medical care, civil defense, and transportation. The integration of women and youth into total war reflected both necessity and ideological objectives, reinforcing loyalty and productivity. Their labor and sacrifice became indispensable to sustaining the German war machine. Strategic bombing campaigns by the Allies increasingly shaped civilian experiences and perceptions of the war. Cities such as Hamburg, Dresden, Berlin, and Cologne endured relentless attacks, resulting in widespread destruction and loss of life. Residential areas, industrial centers, and transportation hubs were heavily targeted to disrupt production and morale. Air raid shelters became part of daily life, while blackouts and civil defense drills were routine obligations. Civilians experienced trauma, displacement, and separation from family members as emergency services struggled to respond under fire. Propaganda framed these attacks as acts of barbarism, attempting to galvanize public support and sustain resolve. Despite attempts to maintain morale, repeated bombings exposed vulnerabilities in urban infrastructure and civilian safety. The psychological impact of air raids compounded existing wartime stress, amplifying fear, fatigue, and grief. Yet, many communities displayed remarkable resilience, organizing relief efforts and maintaining daily routines amid devastation. The bombing campaigns underscored the totality of modern warfare, erasing boundaries between military and civilian targets. Economic mobilization required extraordinary organizational control and industrial adaptation. The Nazi regime implemented centralized planning to prioritize military production, redirecting raw materials and labor to critical sectors. Synthetic fuel, steel, and armament industries received preferential allocation, while consumer goods industries suffered shortages or closures. Forced labor became a widespread policy, with prisoners of war, civilians from occupied territories, and concentration camp inmates integrated into production lines. The use of these labor sources, often under brutal conditions, dramatically increased output but raised ethical and humanitarian crises. Transportation networks, including rail and road systems, were restructured to deliver supplies efficiently to front lines and factories. Technical innovation accelerated under these pressures, with engineers developing assembly line efficiencies, mechanized production methods, and novel weaponry. Civilian participation in logistics, rationing, and maintenance ensured that industrial output could continue despite bombings and workforce disruptions. The economy became fully militarized, subordinating social needs to strategic objectives. This total integration of labor, technology, and planning exemplified the extremity of wartime mobilization. Civilians faced constant pressure to adapt to shortages, curfews, and work obligations, while coping with the omnipresent threat of violence. Ration cards, fuel limitations, and restricted travel shaped daily life, with ingenuity and improvisation required to survive. Neighborhoods organized community kitchens, childcare, and first aid in response to air raids and resource scarcity. Propaganda reinforced compliance, framing cooperation as both a duty and a moral imperative. Cultural life was curtailed, with theaters, schools, and religious institutions subject to state control or closure. Despite hardships, ordinary Germans contributed to maintaining production lines, civil defense, and morale. Civilian correspondence, diaries, and memoirs reveal a mix of resignation, determination, and adaptation. Psychological stress, compounded by uncertainty and fear, tested resilience at both individual and community levels. Women, children, and elderly became integral to sustaining the nation under siege conditions. These experiences illustrate how total war extended the battlefield into every home and workplace. By 1944, the convergence of economic strain, Allied advances, and internal disruption signaled the limits of total war mobilization. Despite extraordinary efforts by civilians, industrial workers, and youth, Germany faced critical shortages in fuel, armaments, and manpower. Allied strategic bombing, loss of occupied territories, and partisan activities further weakened production and morale. Propaganda continued to emphasize heroism, sacrifice, and loyalty, but cracks in public confidence became evident. Civilian suffering intensified, with famine, disease, and displacement exacerbating the toll of prolonged conflict. Military defeats on multiple fronts highlighted the unsustainable nature of total war under an authoritarian regime. Nevertheless, the mobilization demonstrated remarkable organizational capacity, technical skill, and human endurance under extreme conditions. The integration of society into the war effort exemplified both the power and peril of totalitarian control. Lessons from this period reveal the social, economic, and ethical consequences of mobilizing an entire nation for war. Ultimately, total war blurred the line between soldier and civilian, embedding the conflict into every aspect of German life. By 1942, the tide of war began to challenge the previously unstoppable momentum of Nazi Germany, with strategic overreach and miscalculations exposing vulnerabilities on multiple fronts. The Eastern Front, stretching thousands of kilometers, demanded vast logistical coordination that strained German resources to the breaking point. Hitler's insistence on seizing Stalingrad, despite winter approaching and supply lines extending perilously, marked a pivotal moment in operational hubris. German forces engaged in brutal urban combat, facing a determined Soviet defense that exploited both terrain and weather. The encirclement of the Sixth Army by Soviet counterattacks created a catastrophe, highlighting flaws in planning and underestimation of enemy resilience. Supply shortages, extreme cold, and constant bombardment decimated troops, eroding morale and combat effectiveness. Civilians trapped in Stalingrad endured immense suffering, caught between shelling, famine, and disease, illustrating the human cost of overambitious campaigns. The eventual surrender of the Sixth Army in February 1943 was a psychological and strategic blow that reverberated across the Reich. German propaganda attempted to minimize the defeat, but news of the disaster spread fear and doubt within military and civilian ranks. Stalingrad's fall represented not just a tactical reversal, but a symbolic collapse of Nazi invincibility on the Eastern Front. Following Stalingrad, the Germans attempted to stabilize the Eastern Front, yet they faced continued pressure from Soviet counteroffensives and the Battle of Kursk in July 1943. Kursk, the largest tank engagement in history, showcased the Wehrmacht's strength in armored warfare, but also revealed limits of German operational planning. Deeply entrenched Soviet defenses, combined with minefields and coordinated artillery, stalled the German advance and inflicted devastating losses. The failure to achieve a breakthrough signaled a turning point, as the initiative shifted decisively to the Red Army. German reliance on overextended supply lines and underestimation of Soviet industrial capacity became painfully apparent. Both soldiers and commanders faced exhaustion, logistical nightmares, and dwindling morale as the harsh Russian winter returned. The Soviet counterattacks gradually pushed German forces westward, liberating occupied territories and reclaiming strategic positions. This period illustrated the consequences of strategic overextension and the inability of ideology-driven decisions to accommodate operational realities. The psychological impact of repeated defeats undermined confidence within the Wehrmacht and among the German populace. Eastern Front reversals marked a shift from expansion to defensive desperation, signaling the beginning of irreversible decline for the Third Reich. While the Eastern Front consumed vast German resources, the Allies prepared for a decisive invasion in Western Europe, culminating in Operation Overlord on June 6, 1944. D-Day represented the largest amphibious assault in history, requiring meticulous coordination of air, sea, and land forces. German defenses along the Atlantic Wall were formidable yet incomplete, with insufficient troops to repel the massive assault. Paratroopers, naval bombardments, and beach landings converged to secure key positions on the Normandy coast. The The German command struggled with conflicting orders, communication failures, and rigid adherence to Hitler's defensive directives. Local resistance groups provided intelligence and sabotage, further complicating German response. Over the following weeks, the Allies expanded their foothold, linking beachheads and liberating towns from German occupation. The strategic significance of Normandy lay not only in territory, but in the psychological blow it dealt to German leadership, demonstrating that even fortified positions could be breached. Resource allocation dilemmas became acute, as Germany had to divide forces between East and West, weakening both fronts. Normandy marked the opening of a sustained Western offensive that would inexorably push Germany toward collapse. Stalingrad, Kursk, and Normandy collectively underscored a pattern of overextension, flawed intelligence, and rigid strategic dogma that plagued the Nazi command structure. Hitler's insistence on holding ground at all costs often contradicted military advice, leading to catastrophic encirclements and attrition. Logistical weaknesses were compounded by partisan activity, infrastructure damage, and relentless Allied bombardment. The Wehrmacht, previously praised for operational flexibility, became increasingly reactive, struggling to respond effectively to simultaneous threats on multiple fronts. Tactical successes, such as localized counterattacks, could not reverse the strategic momentum. Civilian populations across occupied territories faced renewed terror, displacement, and scarcity as fronts shifted and battles devastated towns. German industry, though mobilized for total war, could not match the combined output of the Allies and Soviets. Morale among troops and civilians alike began to fracture, eroding confidence in eventual victory. Strategic miscalculations at both operational and political levels accelerated the decline of the Reich. By late 1944, the German military was on the defensive, with little hope of reclaiming initiative. The Eastern and Western theaters' interconnected crises demonstrated how cumulative attrition undermined German capacity for sustained offense. Soviet advances in the East forced continual withdrawals, leaving significant equipment and personnel losses. Concurrently, the Western Front absorbed German divisions needed to fortify positions against the overwhelming Allied invasion. The dual pressures highlighted the impossibility of maintaining simultaneous fronts without sufficient reserves or flexible planning. Operational failures were compounded by deteriorating morale, scarcity of fuel and ammunition, and the relentless air campaign against German infrastructure. Communications often broke down under stress, with isolated units forced to improvise under fire. Hitler's direct interference in tactical decision-making further constrained commanders' ability to adapt. The strategic picture grew increasingly grim, as key cities and supply lines became vulnerable to encirclement or capture. Civilian and military suffering intensified, reinforcing the sense that the war was turning irreversibly against Germany. The culmination of these factors marked a decisive shift in the trajectory of the conflict. Normandy's liberation of France provided a critical springboard for Allied operations into Western Europe, forcing Germany into a defensive posture across the continent. Rapid advances, logistical support, and combined arms coordination allowed Allied forces to liberate key urban centers and secure vital transportation routes. German units, already weakened and demoralized, faced constant pressure from mobile armored divisions, paratroopers, and relentless air attacks. Urban combat, sabotage, and supply line interdiction compounded the challenges of defensive operations. The German High Command struggled to anticipate and counter multiple simultaneous threats, reflecting the limits of centralized planning under crisis conditions. Resistance movements within occupied territories bolstered Allied efforts, providing intelligence and harassing retreating units. Civilian populations, caught between retreating German forces and advancing allies, experienced both liberation and the chaos of warfare. Normandy's success demonstrated the operational superiority of coordinated multinational forces over fragmented and overextended German defense. The Western advance accelerated the collapse of German authority in occupied regions. Strategic recalibration became impossible as the front lines contracted inexorably toward Germany itself. By late 1944 and early 1945, the cumulative effect of Stalingrad, Kursk, and Normandy signaled the irreversible decline of Nazi Germany's military fortunes. The dual collapse of Eastern and Western fronts left Germany vulnerable to encirclement and total defeat. Operational failures exposed the consequences of over-ambitious campaigns, ideological rigidity, and poor logistical planning. Troops, exhausted and depleted, faced relentless offensives without adequate reinforcement. Civilian populations endured devastation, displacement, and terror, highlighting the total cost of strategic miscalculations. Leadership disputes, communication breakdowns, and dwindling resources exacerbated systemic weaknesses. The German war effort, though once formidable, could no longer adapt to the scale and intensity of combined Allied pressure. The turning points of Stalingrad to Normandy thus represent both operational milestones and symbolic markers of the Reich's decline. The human, material, and psychological toll underscored the catastrophic consequences of overreach in modern warfare. Ultimately, these events paved the way for the final collapse of Nazi Germany, demonstrating how cumulative defeats transform momentum and determine the course of history. By early 1945, Nazi Germany faced retreat and collapse on every front, with the Wehrmacht unable to sustain defensive positions against overwhelming Allied and Soviet forces. Cities were reduced to rubble, industrial capacity shattered, and transport networks destroyed, leaving both military units and civilians struggling for basic necessities. Food, fuel, and ammunition were scarce, intensifying suffering for soldiers at the front and families trapped in war zones. The Eastern Front saw the Red Army advancing relentlessly, capturing towns and cutting supply lines, while the Western Allies pushed across the Rhine, liberating occupied territories with speed and coordination. German troops were increasingly conscripted from younger and older age groups, many lacking training or equipment, reflecting the desperation of the regime. Civilians fled advancing armies, navigating bombed-out roads and improvised shelters amid the chaos of urban warfare. Propaganda could no longer mask the reality of defeat, and fear permeated every layer of society. Soldiers faced surrender, encirclement, or annihilation, and morale collapsed under relentless bombardment and relentless advances. The once feared German military machine was reduced to fragmented resistance pockets, struggling to maintain cohesion. The stage was set for the final confrontation in the heart of Berlin, where the fate of the Third Reich would be decided. In the Führerbunker beneath Berlin, Adolf Hitler faced the grim reality of defeat, isolated from reality and consumed by paranoia and despair. By April 1945, reports of Soviet troops entering the outskirts of Berlin confirmed that the capital's fall was imminent. Hitler's decision-making became increasingly erratic, guided more by ideology and denial than strategic sense. Advisors and generals pleaded for tactical withdrawals or surrender options, but the Führer insisted on futile counterattacks and the defense of a city already encircled. Daily life in the bunker was tense, with staff and loyalists witnessing the psychological deterioration of Germany's dictator. Hitler's health declined amid stress, isolation, and the weight of impending catastrophe, Yet he remained fixated on symbolic gestures and final decrees. Civilian populations in Berlin endured relentless artillery bombardment, street fighting, and starvation, their plight largely ignored by the leadership above. Messages from collapsing fronts reached the bunker, conveying the impossibility of relief and the encroaching inevitability of defeat. Rumors, misinformation, and fear of betrayal created a suffocating atmosphere, reflecting the disintegration of command and order. The psychological state of leadership mirrored the crumbling Reich, with the once powerful regime teetering on the brink of total annihilation. The Battle for Berlin, beginning in mid-April 1945, was characterized by intense urban combat, house-to-house fighting, and the determination of both Soviet forces and German defenders. Tanks, artillery, and infantry clashed in narrow streets and shattered buildings, creating a labyrinth of destruction. Civilians were caught in the crossfire, with shortages of water, food, and medical care exacerbating suffering. German forces, composed largely of young boys, older men, and remnants of regular units, faced overwhelming odds against battle-hardened Soviet divisions. Snipers, improvised barricades, and desperate counterattacks slowed the Soviet advance, but could not reverse the outcome. Fires consumed neighborhoods, and rubble-filled streets made movement and communication nearly impossible. Command structures within the German military broke down, leaving isolated groups to fight independently or surrender. The psychological toll on soldiers and civilians alike was immense, with fear, fatigue, and hopelessness dominating daily life. Despite valiant resistance in pockets, the inevitability of defeat became clear with each advancing Soviet wave. Berlin became the final symbol of Nazi collapse, a city engulfed in chaos, death, and the ultimate consequences of total war. Hitler's final days in the bunker culminated in his suicide on April 30th, 1945, alongside Eva Braun, signaling the symbolic end of Nazi leadership. Orders for the defense of Berlin continued to filter out, but without central command or coherent strategy, they amounted to little more than fragmented resistance. German troops and civilians struggled to comprehend the vacuum left by the Führer's death, some continuing to fight, others seeking surrender or escape. Key officials, including Goebbels and Bormann, faced their own desperate decisions, with many choosing death over capture. Soviet forces, systematically capturing districts, established control over government buildings, bunkers, and strategic positions. Streets once dominated by swastika flags were now under Red Army banners, marking the irreversible shift of power. The destruction of Berlin reflected both the intensity of the final battles and the cumulative impact of prolonged strategic failure. The city's population, numbering hundreds of thousands, endured trauma, with families displaced, homes destroyed, and essential services non-existent. The fall of Berlin demonstrated the total collapse of Nazi infrastructure, morale, and authority. Hitler's death symbolized the definitive end of the leadership that had orchestrated years of conquest, terror, and genocide. Following the fall of Berlin, German forces across Europe faced unconditional surrender or occupation by Allied forces, signaling the formal end of the war in Europe. In the West, American, British, and French armies advanced into Germany, liberating towns, capturing prisoners, and establishing occupation zones. Resistance collapsed rapidly, as remaining German troops lacked leadership, supplies, and will to continue. Soviet forces in the east imposed control over vast territories, securing key industrial regions and former concentration campsites. Communication networks, transportation hubs, and administrative infrastructure were in ruins, complicating post-war stabilization. Civilians, desperate for safety and sustenance, navigated the complex landscape of occupation, often facing both reprisal and liberation. Allied forces began implementing policies to restore order, provide humanitarian aid, and document Nazi atrocities. The surrender of remaining German units was formalized in early May 1945, ending organized military resistance. The once feared Third Reich was now reduced to occupied territories under foreign control. The collapse demonstrated the consequences of total war, strategic overreach, and authoritarian leadership disconnected from reality. The human cost of the collapse was staggering, encompassing both the military and civilian spheres. Millions of German soldiers had been killed, wounded, or captured, while civilians endured bombing, starvation, and displacement. Infrastructure devastation left cities uninhabitable, hospitals destroyed, and essential services non-functional. Refugees poured across borders, seeking food, shelter, and security amid chaos. Allied and Soviet forces documented atrocities, uncovering evidence of concentration camps, mass executions, and systemic abuses. German communities faced the complex task of confronting complicity, collaboration, and survival in the aftermath. Psychological trauma permeated society as families coped with loss, displacement, and the enormity of the regime's crimes. Reconstruction efforts were hampered by shortages, political restructuring, and the need to demilitarize society. Occupation policies included denazification, trials for war crimes, and efforts to rebuild social and political institutions. The collapse of the Third Reich left an indelible mark, illustrating the destructive potential of ideology, militarism, and unchecked power. Ultimately, the collapse of the Third Reich underscored the interplay between military defeat, leadership failure, and societal suffering. Retreat on all fronts revealed the consequences of overextension and strategic hubris. The fall of Berlin symbolized the culmination of both military and ideological collapse, a city transformed into a battlefield and monument to human suffering. Hitler's death marked the definitive end of centralized Nazi authority, leaving the regime in fragments. Allied occupation, surrender agreements, and the dismantling of German military capabilities formalized the end of hostilities. Civilian populations endured both liberation and the challenges of survival in devastated cities. Lessons of collapse highlight the fragility of totalitarian systems when confronted with sustained military, logistical, and moral pressures. The human toll soldiers and civilians alike illustrates the catastrophic consequences of authoritarianism and warfare. Through the lens of retreat, surrender, and occupation, the Third Reich's end serves as a cautionary tale for future generations. The collapse completed the tragic arc from Hitler's rise to the final unraveling of his regime, leaving behind a continent scarred and forever changed. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, the Allied powers faced the monumental task of bringing Nazi leaders to justice for unprecedented crimes against humanity. The Nuremberg trials, held from November 1945 to October 1946, became the defining legal reckoning, establishing both a historical record and a framework for international law. 24 high-ranking Nazi officials were indicted on charges, including crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, with prosecutors presenting meticulous evidence of planning, coordination, and execution of atrocities. Detailed documentation, including captured orders, photographs, and testimonies from survivors, formed the backbone of the trials, ensuring that individual responsibility could not be evaded. The courtroom became a stage where the scale of the Holocaust, the invasions, and systematic oppression was laid bare for the world to witness. Defendants, ranging from military generals to political leaders, attempted to deflect blame, yet the meticulously organized proceedings left little room for obfuscation. Judges from the United States, United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union presided over proceedings, ensuring a multinational perspective and an emphasis on legal rigor. Observers from across the globe followed the trials, recognizing them as both a moral and legal milestone in confronting state-sanctioned mass violence. Nuremberg set precedent by affirming that individuals, even heads of state, could be held accountable under international law. The trials were a careful blend of historical record, legal scrutiny, and moral judgment, seeking to illuminate the full extent of the Third Reich's crimes. The principles established at Nuremberg were revolutionary, codifying the concept that following orders did not absolve personal responsibility. Military commanders and bureaucrats alike were scrutinized for their complicity in atrocities, from orchestrating mass executions to enabling the machinery of genocide. Prosecutors emphasized the systematic nature of the crimes, showing how policy, ideology, and administration combined to inflict suffering on millions. Evidence from concentration camps, forced labor records, and survivor testimonies painted a vivid picture of the human cost of Nazi policies. The trials also confronted the complexities of moral responsibility in hierarchical structures, illustrating that obedience to authority could never supersede fundamental human ethics. Sentences ranged from acquittals to death by hanging, reflecting both the weight of evidence and the degree of individual culpability. Nuremberg transcended mere retribution, aiming to set a global standard for justice that could deter future atrocities. International law, previously ill-equipped to address such crimes, gained a powerful precedent in the prosecution of crimes against humanity. Legal scholars and historians continue to study the trials as a benchmark for jurisprudence, international cooperation, and historical memory. The Nuremberg trials became both a testament to the rule of law and a moral reckoning for the world. Beyond the courtroom, denazification programs sought to cleanse German society of Nazi influence, targeting education, media, industry, and politics. Allied authorities developed policies to identify former party members, purge them from positions of power, and re-educate the populace with democratic principles. Schools, universities, and cultural institutions underwent thorough scrutiny to remove Nazi ideology and promote civic responsibility. Public service officials, judges, and military personnel were evaluated for complicity, with many facing suspension or prosecution. Propaganda materials, books, and symbols of the regime were systematically destroyed or banned. Denazification was complex and often controversial, balancing the need for justice with practical considerations of governance and social stability. Many Germans faced moral reflection, grappling with personal involvement, silence, or passive compliance during the regime's rule. Rebuilding trust in institutions required both accountability and rehabilitation, aiming to prevent the resurgence of extremist ideologies. The process varied across occupation zones, reflecting differing Allied priorities and approaches to societal reconstruction. Ultimately, denazification represented an effort to confront a collective past while establishing the foundations for post-war democratic Germany. The post-war trials extended beyond Nuremberg, encompassing individual proceedings for industrialists, doctors, and mid-level officials involved in forced labor, medical experimentation, and the exploitation of conquered territories. High-profile cases, such as the doctor's trial, exposed the ethical atrocities of medical experimentation on prisoners, highlighting the role of pseudoscience in supporting state-sanctioned murder. Other trials targeted leaders of the SS, Gestapo, and bureaucratic apparatus responsible for deportations, economic exploitation, and systematic oppression. Each case contributed to an expanding body of international law, refining definitions of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Eyewitness accounts and survivor testimonies were central to these proceedings, ensuring that historical memory was preserved and human experiences recognized. The trials reinforced the principle that societal structures cannot shield individuals from accountability when committing or facilitating atrocities. Legal scholars examined these cases to develop frameworks for proportionality, evidence, and moral responsibility. Trials often face challenges of documentation, translation, and interpretation across multinational legal teams. Yet each verdict, whether acquittal or sentence, contributed to a cumulative understanding of justice after mass crimes. The combination of trials and documentation became a permanent record, both educational and judicial, for future generations. Post-war justice also addressed economic collaboration, examining how corporations and industrial leaders had enabled Nazi expansion and exploitation. Firms that profited from forced labor, confiscated property, and war production were held to account through legal proceedings and restitution programs. The trials of industrialists demonstrated that economic facilitation of atrocities carried moral and legal consequences, expanding the scope of accountability beyond military and political leadership. Reparations programs aimed to compensate survivors and displaced populations, though logistical and financial challenges complicated implementation. Property seizures, asset redistribution, and legal settlements formed part of the broader effort to confront the material legacy of the Nazi regime. Ethical debates emerged regarding the balance between punishment and societal reconstruction, particularly in a nation required to rebuild infrastructure, economy, and governance. These trials highlighted the intersection of morality, economics, and law, emphasizing that complicity in systemic oppression was punishable across multiple spheres of influence. International oversight sought to ensure transparency and fairness in adjudicating economic crimes. Survivors' voices remained central, emphasizing restitution as part of both justice and historical recognition. The integration of economic accountability into post-war justice illustrated the multifaceted approach required to address mass atrocities. The broader societal implications of post-war justice extended to education, commemoration, and collective memory. Schools and universities incorporated lessons from the Holocaust and Nazi atrocities into curricula, instilling awareness of human rights, tolerance, and civic duty. Memorials and museums preserved sites of concentration camps, mass graves, and former government centers, ensuring that the atrocities were neither forgotten nor repeated. Public discourse emphasized the importance of remembering individual responsibility alongside historical events, challenging narratives that sought to obscure complicity or assign collective blame. Germany and occupied nations navigated complex emotions of grief, guilt, and reconciliation while reconstructing political and social institutions. International law and human rights organizations drew heavily on post-war proceedings to develop mechanisms for future interventions and atrocity prevention. Survivor testimonies informed policy, scholarship, and cultural expression, giving voice to experiences that might otherwise be silenced. Collective memory became both a moral guide and a cautionary tale, highlighting the consequences of ideology unmoored from humanity. Post-war justice, while imperfect, established benchmarks for accountability and moral reflection across generations. The trials and programs collectively underscored the intersection of law, morality, and historical truth in rebuilding a fractured world. Ultimately, the post-war trials and justice efforts represented a convergence of legal innovation, moral reckoning, and historical preservation. They confronted the unprecedented scale of Nazi crimes and articulated the principles that individuals, regardless of rank, could not escape accountability. Denazification programs and subsequent trials emphasized societal responsibility, ensuring that both leaders and enablers were scrutinized. Legal precedents from Nuremberg and subsequent cases formed the foundation for modern international law, influencing tribunals for conflicts in Rwanda, the former Yugoslavia, and beyond. The moral questions raised, obedience versus conscience, complicity versus resistance, remained central to global discussions of ethics and governance. These processes provided survivors with recognition, sought restitution, and preserved memory for future generations. The meticulous documentation of atrocities offered both evidence for justice and a lasting educational resource. Post-war justice illuminated the consequences of ideology, cruelty, and systemic oppression, while charting pathways for reconstruction, reconciliation, and remembrance. Lessons from this era continue to inform contemporary approaches to war crimes, human rights, and accountability. In confronting the legacy of Nazi Germany, the world acknowledged that justice, memory, and moral vigilance are essential pillars in safeguarding humanity. In the aftermath of defeat, Germany faced not only the devastation of cities and infrastructure, but also the profound moral reckoning that accompanied the collapse of the Third Reich. The nation was divided into occupation zones, administered by the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union, eventually crystallizing into East Germany, the German Democratic Republic, and West Germany, the Federal Republic. Reconstruction efforts in the West emphasized democratic institutions, economic revival, and integration with Western Europe through initiatives like the Marshall Plan. Factories, schools, and transportation networks were rebuilt from rubble, while political reforms sought to prevent the resurgence of authoritarianism. In the East, Soviet policies focused on state control, socialist economic models, and ideological re-education, emphasizing collective responsibility over individual liberties. Both sides grappled with housing shortages, food scarcity, and the psychological scars of war, as millions of displaced persons and refugees sought new beginnings. The division of Germany set the stage for decades of Cold War tension, creating a geopolitical frontline that reflected the broader ideological struggle between East and West. Reconstruction was not simply physical, it involved rebuilding the national identity and addressing the deep cultural and moral wounds inflicted by Nazism. The German population faced a dual challenge: survival in a shattered country and the responsibility of confronting a dark historical legacy. Memory, politics, and reconstruction became intertwined as Germany sought to re-establish itself on both moral and material grounds. Cultural memory became a crucial element in shaping post-war German identity, as the nation struggled to reconcile pride in reconstruction with shame over atrocities committed under Nazi rule. Memorials to Holocaust victims and sites of former concentration camps became places of education, reflection, and remembrance, ensuring that the horrors of the past remained present in public consciousness. Museums, archives, and educational programs were established to document and teach the systematic persecution and genocide that occurred, providing tangible evidence of the moral and historical lessons to be learned. Survivors' testimonies were recorded and integrated into public discourse, allowing first-hand narratives to guide national reflection and foster empathy. Literature, film, and art served as mediums for exploring guilt, complicity, and resilience, offering complex depictions of German society under Nazism. Debates over monuments, street names, and public commemoration reflected ongoing tensions between memory, accountability, and collective identity. West Germany focused on democratic engagement and critical reflection, while East Germany emphasized socialist interpretation and anti-fascist narratives, shaping two distinct approaches to historical memory. Public ceremonies, survivor conferences, and school curricula became routine methods of ensuring that lessons of the past were not forgotten. Across both nations, the moral imperative to educate future generations was matched by the emotional weight of confronting historical responsibility. Memory was not passive. It became a driving force in shaping post-war policies, education, and culture. Reconstruction of urban and industrial infrastructure proceeded in tandem with efforts to rehabilitate the economy and integrate Germany into international systems. In West Germany, the Wirtschaftswunder, or economic miracle, saw rapid industrial growth, technological innovation, and rising living standards, buoyed by foreign aid, investment, and skilled labor. Housing projects, transportation networks, and public utilities were rebuilt with remarkable speed, transforming cities like Frankfurt, Hamburg, and Munich from rubble-strewn ruins to thriving urban centers. The East German economy, under Soviet influence, pursued heavy industry, collectivization, and centralized planning, focusing on state production and resource control rather than consumer goods. Despite differences, both regions confronted common challenges: war-related destruction, displaced populations, and the necessity of reintegrating millions of former soldiers and prisoners of war. Social programs, education reform, and labor policies became critical in stabilizing populations and preventing unrest. Reconstruction was both a practical and symbolic act, signaling resilience, renewal, and the potential for a morally grounded national rebirth. Economic stabilization also facilitated the reintegration of Germany into European political and security structures, including NATO and the European Economic Community in the West, and the Warsaw Pact in the East. Industrial rebuilding was not merely about wealth, but about reclaiming dignity, responsibility, and international credibility. Every brick laid and factory reopened was a step toward transforming a nation marked by destruction and infamy into a functioning society committed to preventing a recurrence of past atrocities. The Cold War context profoundly influenced how Germany remembered and interpreted its past, intertwining ideology with historical narrative. In West Germany, the democratic government sought to cultivate a memory culture that acknowledged guilt, promoted human rights, and reinforced commitment to liberal democracy. Education emphasized critical thinking, civic responsibility, and the moral failures of authoritarianism, aiming to prevent the rise of extremism. In East Germany, official narratives framed the defeat of Nazism as the triumph of socialism over fascism, emphasizing class struggle and anti-fascist heroism, while downplaying the complexities of individual moral culpability. Both sides used history as a tool to reinforce political legitimacy, shaping public perception through textbooks, media, and cultural programming. Memorials and museums were curated to reflect ideological priorities, sometimes highlighting certain aspects of history while omitting others. Despite these differences, both East and West sought to ensure that the horrors of Nazism were not repeated, fostering a culture of vigilance, education, and remembrance. International diplomacy and the rebuilding of Germany were inseparable from these efforts, as historical accountability influenced alliances, reparations, and integration into global institutions. Memory thus became a living process, negotiated between survivors, historians, political authorities, and the public. The Cold War heightened the stakes of memory, as competing narratives sought to claim moral authority over history. History education and commemoration were therefore inseparable from the geopolitical realities of divided Germany. Education became a central mechanism for embedding historical consciousness and ethical responsibility within German society. Schools developed curricula detailing the rise and fall of the Third Reich, the Holocaust, and the consequences of totalitarianism. Students engaged with survivor testimonies, documentary footage, and primary sources to foster critical engagement with history. Universities conducted research, collected archives, and trained historians, psychologists, and educators to preserve memory and analyze the moral lessons of the era. Public outreach programs, exhibitions, and traveling memorials reinforced the importance of historical literacy across generations. Debates over textbooks, narrative framing, and pedagogical methods reflected the challenge of balancing factual accuracy with moral interpretation. Youth organizations encouraged reflection on civic duty, tolerance, and responsibility, aiming to cultivate an informed, empathetic citizenry. Cross-border programs with other European nations sought to promote reconciliation and shared understanding of the war's consequences. This educational infrastructure became a vital safeguard against the resurgence of extremist ideologies. Knowledge of the past was treated as both a moral imperative and a civic responsibility, shaping post-war Germany's identity. Cultural memory and memorialization extended beyond formal education into literature, media, and public discourse. Novels, films, and documentaries explored themes of guilt, survival, resistance, and complicity, offering nuanced portrayals of life under Nazism. Monuments such as the Memorial to the Murdered Jews of Europe in Berlin, alongside preserved concentration camp sites like Dachau and Auschwitz, provided tangible, emotionally resonant reminders of the atrocities committed. Public ceremonies, commemorative events, and survivor speeches fostered community engagement and reflection. Museums curated exhibitions combining artifacts, testimonies, and multimedia displays to provide immersive historical experiences. Journalism and scholarly publications examined the causes, consequences, and moral dimensions of the Nazi era, encouraging critical dialogue. Debates about the representation of history revealed tensions between memory, trauma, and national identity, reflecting the ongoing negotiation of meaning. Cultural memory served as a bridge between historical fact and collective consciousness, ensuring that moral lessons remained relevant. Art, literature, and public commemoration thus became vital tools in fostering a vigilant, reflective society. In preserving memory, Germany confronted not only its past, but also its responsibility to future generations. Ultimately, the reconstruction and remembrance of Germany after World War II represent a dual achievement: the physical rebuilding of a shattered nation and the moral reckoning with the crimes of the past. East and West Germany navigated distinct paths shaped by ideology, yet both recognized the necessity of confronting history, educating citizens, and memorializing victims. Reconstruction restored infrastructure, economies, and governance, while memory culture ensured that the ethical and historical lessons of Nazism endured. Memorials, museums, educational programs, and public discourse created a societal framework for reflection, accountability, and vigilance. The division into East and West provided contrasting approaches to history, each influencing how citizens understood their identity, responsibility, and morality. Germany's integration into international organizations and alliances reflected both practical necessity and moral rehabilitation. Collective memory, rooted in survivor narratives and historical scholarship, reinforced the principle that knowledge of the past is essential to preventing future atrocities. The legacy of post-war reconstruction and remembrance continues to shape German society, politics, and culture. By confronting devastation, division, and complicity, Germany demonstrated the possibility of renewal while acknowledging enduring responsibility. The chapter closes with the recognition that rebuilding a nation encompasses not only walls and roads, but also hearts, minds, and memory itself. The rise and fall of Nazi Germany offers an unflinching lens into the complexities of human nature, demonstrating how ideology, leadership, and societal conditions can converge to enable tyranny. Historical examination reveals that extreme economic hardship, political instability, and collective fear created fertile ground for radical movements. Hitler's charisma, propaganda mastery, and strategic manipulation exploited these vulnerabilities, transforming individual discontent into mass mobilization. Societal compliance, whether born of ambition, fear, or indifference, facilitated the implementation of policies that led to unspeakable atrocities. At the same time, human resilience and courage persisted, manifest in acts of resistance, dissent, and solidarity, even in the darkest circumstances. The machinery of the Nazi state relied not solely on leadership, but on the complicity of ordinary citizens who either enabled or ignored systemic evil. Understanding these dynamics underscores the fragility of moral judgment when confronted with collective pressure and authoritarian narratives. The lessons extend beyond history books, serving as a mirror to contemporary societies and the choices they confront under duress. Reflecting on the interplay of power, ideology, and societal acquiescence is crucial in safeguarding future generations from repeating similar mistakes. This chapter situates the story of Nazi Germany within the broader human condition, emphasizing vigilance, empathy, and ethical responsibility. The atrocities committed under Nazi rule illustrate the profound consequences of unchecked prejudice, propaganda, and dehumanization. Anti-Semitic laws, racial hierarchies, and systemic persecution reveal how ordinary structures, law, education, and bureaucracy can be co-opted to serve inhumane ends. Victims of these policies, from Jews to political dissidents and marginalized communities, endured suffering that was both systemic and deeply personal. Yet even within this horror, stories of survival, moral courage, and resistance emerged, illustrating the enduring capacity of the human spirit. The efforts of individuals, whether in hiding, defiance, or humanitarian action, reveal a counter-narrative to tyranny that ethical action persists, even under extreme threat. These narratives remind us that history is shaped not only by rulers and armies, but by choices made by ordinary people. Human complicity and resistance are intertwined, forming a continuum that historians must analyze to understand both the depths of depravity and the heights of courage. By studying these dynamics, contemporary societies gain insight into the mechanisms by which totalitarianism arises and persists. It is a sobering reminder that moral vigilance is an ongoing responsibility, not a historical abstraction. Humanity's capacity for both evil and good is starkly illustrated, offering lessons in ethical reflection and proactive engagement. Education and historical memory emerge as central tools in preventing the recurrence of mass atrocities. Schools, museums, memorials, and survivor testimonies serve to transmit knowledge and foster critical thinking about the past. Engaging with history in a detailed, honest, and emotionally resonant way ensures that future generations recognize patterns of oppression, manipulation, and discrimination. It encourages young people to question authority, scrutinize ideology, and empathize with the experiences of others. Memory preservation, through literature, art, and public commemoration, anchors these lessons in collective consciousness. Historical literacy extends beyond facts. It instills a moral framework for recognizing injustice and responding with courage. A society attentive to the lessons of history is better equipped to challenge propaganda, resist authoritarianism, and uphold human rights. Post-war Germany's emphasis on remembrance and education exemplifies this approach, demonstrating how reflection can shape ethical, informed citizenship. The continuous dialogue between past and present fortifies societal resilience against the allure of extremism. Knowledge, vigilance, and moral responsibility together form a bulwark against the repetition of historical horrors. Analyzing the psychological and social mechanisms that enabled Nazi Germany underscores the delicate balance between conformity and conscience, fear, indoctrination, and the promise of personal or national advancement contributed to widespread complicity. Ordinary citizens, bureaucrats, and soldiers often faced choices under conditions of coercion, social pressure, or moral ambiguity. Studying these dynamics provides insight into human behavior under stress, revealing both vulnerabilities and capacities for resistance. Acts of courage, whether small or large, illuminate the enduring presence of moral agency, even in environments designed to suppress it. Collective reflection on these experiences offers lessons in empathy, accountability, and ethical decision-making. Societies must confront uncomfortable truths about human behavior to strengthen democratic institutions and promote justice. Ethical vigilance involves recognizing the subtle ways ideology can manipulate thought, perception, and action. Reflection is not a passive exercise. It requires active engagement, dialogue, and critical evaluation of contemporary parallels. Understanding history's lessons empowers individuals and communities to foster moral courage in the face of systemic pressures. The human cost of the Holocaust and World War II extends far beyond the battlefield or historical statistics. Millions of lives were lost, families destroyed, and cultures irrevocably altered, leaving scars that reverberate through generations. Survivors' experiences reveal resilience, resourcefulness, and a profound capacity for hope amidst despair. Communities rebuilt, memorialized, and transmitted memory to ensure that the suffering endured is neither forgotten nor repeated. Ethical reflection demands attention to both the individual and collective dimensions of human suffering. By acknowledging the depth and scale of these tragedies, societies cultivate empathy, compassion, and moral responsibility. Documentation, testimony, and scholarly research serve as enduring reminders of the consequences of indifference and hate. Memory becomes both a tool for mourning and a foundation for ethical action, bridging historical awareness with contemporary moral engagement. Humanity's obligation to learn from these events is continuous, shaping education, policy, and civic life. The past thus becomes a guidepost, emphasizing vigilance, justice, and the imperative to defend human dignity. Resistance, whether through organized networks, clandestine actions, or individual defiance, highlights the potential for human courage under oppression. Figures such as members of the July 20th plot, underground journalists, and those who hid persecuted individuals exemplify the moral choices available even in dire circumstances. Their actions, often undertaken at great personal risk, reveal the power of conscience and the capacity to influence outcomes, however constrained. Stories of resistance serve as instructive counterpoints to narratives of complicity, illustrating that even in totalitarian systems, agency exists. Commemorating and studying these acts provides contemporary audiences with models of ethical courage, reinforcing the principle that individuals matter in shaping history. These narratives also underscore the importance of solidarity, empathy, and communal responsibility in countering oppression. Reflection on resistance deepens understanding of moral complexity, demonstrating that choices often carry weighty consequences. By preserving these histories, societies encourage future generations to recognize and act against injustice. Resistance, in its many forms, affirms the enduring potential of humanity to uphold justice, dignity, and moral clarity. Courage under adversity becomes both a lesson and a legacy. Ultimately, the history of Nazi Germany compels us to reflect upon the fragility and resilience of human societies. It reminds us that ideology, power, and fear can converge to enable tyranny, yet that moral courage, empathy, and vigilance remain potent counterforces. Education, remembrance, and reflection form the pillars of a society capable of confronting injustice and preventing repetition of atrocities. The victims, survivors, and resistors of this era leave a profound moral legacy, one that demands active engagement and ethical responsibility from subsequent generations. By studying this history in all its complexity, we confront both the darkness and the light within human nature. The lessons extend beyond Germany, serving as warnings and guidance for the global community. Ethical reflection, combined with historical knowledge, equips individuals and societies to recognize, challenge, and prevent oppression. Memory becomes not only a tool for mourning, but a framework for action, empathy, and moral vigilance. The enduring human spirit, manifested in resilience, resistance, and compassion, remains the ultimate testament to humanity's capacity to confront its own failings. As the documentary closes, viewers are invited to remember, reflect, and carry forward the lessons of history with awareness, courage, and a commitment to justice.